Chapter 301, Debt Collection. Chapter 301, Debt Collection. Yi Futian asked Nanda Wenshan if he was willing to become the emperor of the Nanda nation. Since when was the emperor of the Nanda nation determined by Yi Futian? Even Nanda Tai, who had already become a noble, did not dare to have such thoughts. Apart from Emperor Luo, there were also cultivators from the royal Xian temple who were brought here by Luo Junlin. The Nanda nation might even become the king of the 100 lands. Yet, Yi Futian asked Nanda Wenshan so casually. How dare you? Lord Luo stood up. Pointing at Yi Futian, he said coldly, boastful fanatic. Yi Futian glanced at him and said, that time in the Luo palace when I was battling with Zhou Mu, was it you or the art saint who intervened secretly? At that time, he did not dare to ask. However, at the moment he obviously no longer cared about it. I don't understand what you are saying, Lord Luo said coldly. I'll settle that with you later. Yi Futian glanced at him and continued to look at Nanda Wenshan. Uncle, Nanda Tai's immediate relatives will no longer exist after today. I will not let any of those who participated in the event 2 years ago off. As long as you agree, after I settle all the issues, you will control the Nanda nation. The nation clan after the cleanup will very likely still be the king of the Nanda nation. Yi Futian would certainly not eliminate the entire Nanda clan. After all, Hua Jieyu, as well as his masteress and uncle, was part of the Nanda royal family in the first place. Brother, this is the unfulfilled wish of our ancestors. You should take it, Nanda Wenyin also said. The conversation between the two caused the faces of all the people around to turn serious. If Yi Futian was only being arrogant, then how about Nanda Wenyin? Alright, Nanda Wenshan nodded. He was part of the royal family in the first place, so of course, he would be willing to control the Nanda nation. Furthermore, he also knew that Nanda Tai was already planning to deal with him. Over the 2 years, he had been watched all the time. After Nanda Tai entered the noble plane, he would occasionally glance at Nanda Wenshan with a murderous look. Uncle, that time you and Masteress were both present. Help me to identify all the people who participated in the event that year, Yi Futian said. No problem. Nanda Wenshan nodded again. Of course, he knew that Yi Futian would definitely not let those people off. That day was really tragic for him. Back then, he was only in the glory plane and broke into the Nanda clan alone. He displayed his unparalleled talents in an attempt to obtain support from the Nanda clan, but Nanda Tai rejected it. Then, Minister Hua and Nanda Tai gave the order to kill him. That time, Yi Futian was only a juvenile. How sad. On that day, Hua Jieyu was forced to stab herself with a sharp blade. In order to be with Yi Futian, she almost committed suicide. On that day, Elder Qin played A Chaotic Nation here with his own life. When the music finally stopped, he also vanished, being forced to death. On that day, Yi Xiang, Yi Futian, and Hua Fenglu were all chased and almost died together. If they were not lucky, they would not have escaped alive. Now Yi Futian had returned. How could he possibly let those people off? Yi Futian would surely kill Minister Hua, Nanda Tai, the headmaster of the school of the Emperor's Star, and the like. The cleanup of the Nanda clan was inevitable. Where did you get that confidence? Nanda Tai stood up. His noble level might spread out and a terrifying noble will pressured towards Yi Futian. He wanted to see why Yi Futian was so confident. Silver Snow Guards, Yi Futian shouted. Yes. The 9 cultivators walked forward and stopped behind Yi Futian. Immediately, 9 noble auras erupted simultaneously. In just an instant, a bone-penetrating coldness engulfed the entire place. Nobles. Everyone was terror-stricken. The 9 armored cultivators at the back who were dressed like guards were actually all nobles. Nanda Tai's face turned very pale and the aura around him withered immediately. Although he was already a noble, each of the 9 people before him was stronger than himself in terms of will and might. How could he even win this? His body trembled slightly as he stared firmly at Yi Futian. No. He was not resigned to his fate. He had just entered the noble plane, which was the level of an emperor. Disable Nandu Tai and Yan Shao first. I want them alive, Yi Futian said again. Then, some light shone. He sat down cross-legged and his Guqin spirit appeared. He put his fingers on the Guqin and stroked the strings. A sharp noise spread out and even caused space to vibrate. Many of the people present were also guests at the Nandu clan 2 years ago. Immediately, they knew what Yi Futian was going to play. It was the amazing piece that Elder Qin had played 2 years ago, A Chaotic Nation. I will use this piece of music to see you off, Yi Futian said. By seeing them off, he was referring to disabling or killing them. Hua Jieyu walked up to Yi Futian and sat down beside him, looking quietly at him as he played the Guqin. The jingling music spread out and increased in volume continuously as if he would never give in to fate and was fighting back. The scene 2 years ago appeared vividly in his mind. His grandmaster came here on a crane and told him that he would teach Yi Futian one last piece of music. Even at that moment, his grandmaster was still so gentle and kindly. The 9 nobles walked out in the music. Nandu Wenshan and Nandu Wenin went beside them. Everyone, please cooperate and stay where you are, Yi Xiang said, scanning the crowd present. Everyone's heart trembled fiercely, and nobody dared to move. Today, Yi Futian was here to collect his debt. He was here to collect what they owed him 2 years ago. The sharp music was ear-piercing. Many people from the Nandu clan felt fear after listening to the music, including Nandu Tai. He looked at the nobles walking towards him and then at Nandu Wenin, after which he said, Wenin, how have I been treating you? Nandu Wenin glanced at him coldly and said, that time, you destroyed my life. Although I hated you, I still chose to stay in the Nandu clan, because my surname is Nandu. Nevertheless, I do not wish that my daughter will follow in my path. However, you wanted to control Jieyu's life again. I said that I would betroth Jieyu to Futian. What did you do? Yi Futian came alone to the Nandu clan, wanting to redeem everything at all costs. You still had a choice at that time. If you chose to support him back then, you would have become the king of the Nandu nation. However, what did you choose? Kill. You wanted to kill Yi Futian, and almost forced Jieyu to death. It is unforgivable, Nandu Wenin said coldly. Disable him. Wenin, I'm your uncle. Nandu Tai watched as the aura from the 9 nobles engulfed his body, and the frightening coldness froze everything. He was overpowered by their noble wills and their levels, and could not resist the domineering will at all. The difference was simply too big. He felt that he could hardly move. His body was about to be frozen and his will extinguished. No, I am a noble. Nandu Tai trembled. He was not resigned to his fate. The tingling music reached his ears and sounded so ear-piercing. At this very moment, Nandu Tai recalled the day when Elder Qin played A Chaotic Nation. He recalled the unbending young man 2 years ago who was so outstanding. However, he still did not choose Yi Futian, because he thought that killing Yi Futian in order to spare all later trouble was much easier. However, how about now? The cold spear stabbed Nandu Tai's body slowly, nailing him against the throne. Against several high-level nobles, he could not resist at all. Following a muffled humph, Nandu Tai's pale face was filled with pain, regret, and fear. Yi Futian said that the Nandu clan would still exist. Nandu Wenshan would become the emperor and control the Nandu nation. That was the position that he had longed for. He thought that after entering the noble plane, he would become the emperor. It seemed like a pleasant dream. He smiled drearily. If he had decided to support Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu back then, would the Nandu nation be his? Leader. Looking at Nandu Tai who was nailed onto the throne, the faces of all the people from the Nandu clan turned pale and were filled with terror. Yan Shao was even more frightened. He knew clearly that while Yi Futian might spare the others, he would certainly not be able to run away. Buzz! Yan Shao's body flashed out in an attempt to escape. However, a noble stepped forward. Ice filled the entire sky and froze his body directly. The entire region of space was frozen and Yan Shao turned into an ice statue. The noble walked forward and punched the ice statue. The ice crushed and Yan Shao spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell down from the sky, feeling as if all his organs had been destroyed. In just a short while, Nanda Tai, the leader of the Nanda clan, and Yan Shao, the headmaster of the school of the Emperor's Star, were disabled. Apart from the music, the whole place was in a complete silence. The banquet seemed to be so ironic at the moment. Today, all the powerful people from Donghai City came here to congratulate Nanda Tai's breakthrough into the noble plane. However, they were actually here to see him get disabled. Fear filled the face of Lord Luo. He looked at the scene in horror and his face turned pale. Apart from him, Mu Hong also felt extremely scared at the moment. That time, Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian came to him and wanted him to take in Yi Futian as his disciple. He rejected it and his daughter mocked them. Later, his children had some conflicts with Yi Futian. However, the young man whom he had rejected taking in as a disciple was no weaker than him at the moment. He defeated Nanda Ku instantly with just one strike. His background was even more frightening, he could let 9 nobles listen to his orders. How pathetic. The person whom he rejected as a disciple and mocked in his heart that time was so strong now that he could not even resolve things. Lin Siye stared at Yi Futian who was playing the guqin and looked very lost. He was becoming more and more outstanding. That time on the Tingfeng banquet, he was already brilliant enough. However, after 1 year, he had become a legend. Lin Siye's father looked at his daughter and sighed in his heart. This girl is going down deeper and deeper. In the future, how can anyone else interest her? Xu Yuyan looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. She recalled Hua Jieyu's look when she was thinking about Yi Futian back then in the school of the Emperor's Star, like a girl in love. That time, Xu Yuyan laughed at Hua Jieyu. Now that she looked at the two again, they were really a golden couple, a match made in heaven. Perhaps only they would look harmonious when they were together. I really do bless them. The music continued and its volume increased rapidly. Around Yi Futian, miserable cries broke out constantly. Nanda Wenshan and Nanda Wenin had brought the 9 nobles and started the cleanup. Those who participated in the battle 2 years ago were all killed. Those who participated in the event but not the battle were all permanently disabled. Chapter 302, A True Man. Chapter 302, A True Man of Vigorous Cleansing began in the Nanda clan. Today, all the important figures in Donghai City were present. They were all testy as if they were sitting on needles. One could imagine how they felt inside. The music was still loud and strong, melding perfectly into the scene. The world seemed to be unsettled. Not only did Yi Futian want to cleanse the Nanda clan, but he also wanted to kill Emperor Luo and replace him with Nanda Wenshan. The latter was the king of Nandu. So what if his cultivation wasn't enough? Nanda Tai was nailed to his seat. Seeing everything happen, his heart was in pain. Yi Futian kept playing quietly, not even looking at him. Now, Nanda Tai understood that he was definitely going to die. He looked at how Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu matched each other. Actually, Nanda Tai had wanted to bless them before but he wasn't that powerful. When he saw how extraordinary Yi Futian was and Emperor Luo's decree arrived with Minister Hua, he could only try to kill Yi Futian. What would have happened if he believed Yi Futian would gamble everything? That day, Elder Qin and Yi Xiang successfully helped them escape. If the Nanda clan's power was added to that, they could definitely succeed. At that time, he might have accomplished his goal of sitting onto the Nanda nation's throne. But now, it was all just a dream. He closed his eyes, the music entering his ears. His heart was already filled with despair. Yan Shao was the same. Disabled of his cultivation, he stared at Yi Futian with hatred. Back then, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu had studied at the Donghai Academy. Hua Jieyu had been at the school of the Emperor's Star too, but now they were at this level. Let us two fight, Hua Fenglu said to the art saint. All right. The art saint nodded. His battle with the Guqin devil would continue. The two controlled themselves from being affected by Yi Futian's music and started fighting. One played music while the other painted. The cacophonous music painted a chaotic image. Zhou Mu was lost without his youthful charisma. His old opponent was way out of his league now. He couldn't even gaze up at Yi Futian while on his tiptoes. After a long while, the Guqin devil and art saint's fight came to an end. This time, Hua Fenglu disabled the art saint's life spirit. He thrummed the instrument strings lightly and then stopped. Looking up at his old opponent, he said, "You should know how you defeated me back then. I know it's not your fault. The school of the Emperor's Star wanted you to win, so you did. Teacher couldn't do anything and always felt guilty, even sacrificing himself for my daughter and student." The art saint chuckled dryly. Of course he knew, had always known. This was why he never felt joy or bragged about defeating Hua Fenglu. It hadn't been a glorious fight but had become a classic battle that everyone in the Donghai city knew about. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't know the fight from back then had been rigged. Hua Fenglu had never talked about it publicly or explained anything. Everyone thought he had lost. Now that he defeated the art saint, he revealed the truth. Finally, Yi Futian's music stopped. The cruel pressure gradually lifted. The Nanda clan was in ruins. Many strong cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star had suffered as well. "Uncle, the Nanda clan will be yours," Yi Futian said. "Take these two to Donghai Academy." With that, he turned to walk away. There were many familiar faces here today, but he wasn't in the mood. The group returned to the Donghai Academy with Nanda Tai and Yan Shao. The school of the Emperor's Star, sealed with ice now, was magnificent. It looked like a miraculous scene. The disciples of the academy were all grouped there, looking at the ice mountain and the statue of the old man playing the guqin at the peak. Many people didn't know who he was. They'd only heard from others that this was a senior who played A Chaotic Nation 2 years ago, sacrificing himself to save Yi Futian. They're back. The crowd came to life. Yi Futian's group returned powerfully in the air with Nanda Tai and Yan Shao captured. Many people trembled at the sight. Nanda Tai was now a noble. Yan Shao was the controller of the Donghai Academy. These two could be said to be the most powerful of Donghai City. Now, they were being taken to the school of the Emperor's Star as if they were nothing. After that, they were forced to kneel before Elder Qin's statue. "Yi Futian, just hurry up. Elder Qin is my senior brother, after all. Your master, Hua Fenglu, calls me Uncle Master too," Yan Shao said fearfully. He was afraid now. Not only was he about to die, but Yi Futian also wanted him to kneel before Elder Qin forever. Even death couldn't atone for his sins. He would be spit upon for eternity. Yi Futian ignored him. Did he only know of their relationship now? After Grandmaster had died, his body had been burned and bones buried in the courtyard. No one cared for him and weeds abounded, turning it into an abandoned land. When did Yan Shao ever think of his senior brother? His people had killed his senior brother. "Grandmaster, the Luo family and Minister Hua will kneel here to repent after this." Looking at the statue, he said coldly, "Seal them." The silver snow guard nodded. Horribly cold aura descended upon the two. The extreme ice spell fell onto Nanda Tai and Yan Shao. No. Nanda Tai and Yan Shao trembled in fear but to no avail. They quickly became two ice statues, kneeling before the other statue to repent. Yi Futian stared at the statues for a long while without speaking. Returning to Donghai City this time, he'd resolved some matters. Now, only Luo Junlin and his father and Minister Hua were left. They were the true masterminds. Senior Yi, who will take care of Donghai Academy? Yi Futian asked. I will, Yi Xiang said. I'll stay here. He'd seen the world but discovered that one's talent was truly destined. He was old and had reached his limit. He planned on staying here and teaching the younger generation. Hopefully, greedy forces like the school of the Emperor's Star wouldn't appear anymore. Schools were places of education. It was the place to contribute to the later generations. He was willing to stay here and contribute his own strength. Yi Futian froze. Tang Lan and Yu Sheng walked up, calling, Master. Father. Yi Qingshuan's eyes froze too. Yi Xiang chuckled. What? I'm old and can't mess around with you all. Yu Sheng, I'm handing Qingxian to you. My life is worth it because I can have such an extraordinary disciple. Are you crazy? Yi Futian said, staring at him. What are you thinking? How can you improve in a small place like Donghai City? Yi Xiang glared at him. What do you know? Donghai City is a small place. That's why I must stay. I've learned much these 2 years and can open up the minds of many youths here so they won't be restricted to this small world. They should have a wider view of their life. Plus, with your example, I can brag forever here to motivate the youngsters. Yi Futian was speechless. He knew how Yi Xiang was. Since he'd decided, no one could change his mind. Then, come find us when you're tired of it all. Yi Futian didn't try persuading him anymore. Alright, you dare say this now that you're independent. Just don't act like you don't know me in the future, Yi Xiang said, shooting him a look. How could I? Yi Futian rolled his eyes. Yi Xiang turned and stepped forward. Countless eyes below the school of the Emperor's Star fell upon him. He gazed down at the crowd and said, I am Yi Xiang, headmaster of the school of the Finance Star. I've decided to return to Donghai Academy. Headmaster Yi. Headmaster. Many of the old members of the school of the Finance Star were excited. Was their headmaster really returning under these circumstances? I know that you all have many questions about what happened today. Some are furious too, Yi Xiang said to everyone. 2 years ago, my disciple, Yi Futian, fell in love with Hua Jieyu, a disciple of the school of the Emperor's Star. I'm sure you have heard how talented they were at that time. Later, Minister Hua forced the school of the Emperor's Star onto the other schools because of his relationship with the school. He wanted to control the entire academy. Yi Futian and I left. Then, Emperor Luo released a decree to make Yi Futian the crown prince's servant and Hua Jieyu, the crown princess. The evilness should go without saying. Who can bear it? The Nanda clan and headmaster of Emperor's Star worked together for power and ambition. They wouldn't care about some measly youths. We fought back, and for this, Elder Qin even played his last piece and died. I was wounded as we escaped. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu almost died but thankfully, survived and escaped. I'm sure you've heard of what happened afterward. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng returned during the Tingfeng banquet of Nanda Nation. Who in Nandu can be compared to them? The later events proved this as well. No one in the 100 lands can be compared to Yi Futian, let alone in Nandu only. Now, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu have become disciples of top forces in the Eastern Baron territory. These two had been so close to being killed by Nandu and the school of the Emperor's Star. How can an academy like this call itself an academy? Yi Xiang asked. I'm back, not because I want the power. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng are both like my disciples. I cultivated with them in the Eastern Baron territory. The benefits compared to the Donghai Academy should go without saying. However, Donghai Academy is my home. Half of my life was spent here. I hope to see it flourish, I hope to see it grow, I hope to see a new Donghai Academy. Therefore, I will stay. Right now, Yi Xiang was full of just All the disciples were silent. After that, a voice said, "Greetings to Headmaster Yi." "Greetings to Headmaster Yi," more people said. The voices shook the sky. The world was just and just people would win hearts. The disciples of the Donghai Academy were young, but they still knew right from wrong. Headmaster Yi Xiang of the School of the Finance Star had given up his status and risked his life to bring Yi Futian into the Nanda clan and fight against injustice. Now, Yi Futian was successful. Yi Xiang could live comfortably, but he gave it up and returned to Donghai to educate the later generations. Yi Xiang was a true man. Chapter 303, Shisong. Chapter 303, Shisong. Nanda Wenshan would rectify the Nanda clan. Yi Xiang would reorganize the Donghai Academy. Nanda Tai, the one that everyone congratulated when he entered the noble plane, was dead. Yan Shao, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star, was dead. They had turned into ice statues to kneel before Elder Qin. Lord Luo and the art saint had been disabled. Many strong cultivators of the Nanda clan and schools of the Donghai Academy were killed or disabled. All of this had happened in one day. The entire city was in upheaval. Nothing this big had happened in Donghai City before. The last big event was probably when Emperor Luo's decree arrived at Donghai 2 years ago. What happened yesterday was a continuation from 2 years ago. Yi Futian's name rang throughout the city once again. Countless years ago, people heard of Yi Futian's name because he was the Qin Devil's disciple and had defeated Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint. Since then, their hearts trembled whenever they heard his name. After the emperor personally sent out a decree, Yi Futian had refused and escaped. At the Tingfeng banquet, everyone learned about Yi Futian's staff and dharma and Yusheng's roar. After that, the rumors about him were from the faraway Kangyi kingdom. Apparently, he had been accepted as a disciple by a top disciple from somewhere very far away. Now, he was back, bringing nobles with him. His one word killed Nanda Tai, who had entered the noble plane, and Yan Shao, headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star. He said he wanted Hua Jieyu's uncle, Nanda Wenshan, to be the Nanda clan's leader. Right now, he was in the abandoned Guqin Gardens. His grandmaster's matter had always pressed down on his heart. Now, it was resolved. His uncle and Yi Xiang would take care of the Nanda clan and Donghai Academy too. A breeze blew past the Guqin Gardens. The group sat in the courtyard with a heartwarming atmosphere. "Master, Masteress, let's live here for a few days. Then we'll go directly to the Nanda nation and resolve that," Yi Futian said. Donghai City was part of the Nanda nation, after all. He wouldn't return to Kangyi until he took care of Emperor Luo. All right. Hua Fenglu and the others wanted to stay a few days too. "There's something I don't understand," Yi Futian said. "How did Han Mo, vice headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star, and Xia Feng, chief of the East Sea Prefecture, die?" Yi Xiang didn't know about this either and he'd investigated. None of them had killed Xia Feng and Han Mo. According to Yi Xiang, they'd gone after them. It is indeed strange. Hua Fenglu didn't know. Yi Futian gazed at the swaying willows outside the courtyard. He thought of the old man who swept the garden and understood something. But he didn't understand why the man didn't appear at the Nanda clan if he'd always been there. Would Godfather really not reveal himself if he wasn't in mortal danger? Did Han Mo and Xia Feng die because they'd really threatened his life? If Godfather had done it, then where was he now? Was he still watching Yi Futian? The next day, Nanda Wenshan came to the Guqin Gardens to tell them about the Nanda clan. The first steps had been completed. With the Silver Snow Guard's help, he now held all the authority in the clan. Those elders weren't stupid. If they followed Nanda Wenshan, it meant they would have Yi Futian behind them. Yi Futian could also help the Nanda clan retake the Nanda nation. How could they not support Nanda Wenshan? After all, Nanda Wenshan was a direct descendant of royalty. Other than Nanda Wenshan, Shu Yuyan also came. She chatted with Hua Jieyu and teased Yi Futian. Lin Siye came too. She said that she would go to the imperial city right now. She wanted to witness the fight between Yi Futian and Luo Junlin. She would cheer Yi Futian on. The promised date was finally here. Today was the day of the final battle. Today, Nanda Nation's imperial city was filled with strong cultivators. According to the citizens of the city, many mysterious cultivators would arrive. They were extraordinary and terrifyingly powerful. Those people would most likely come from somewhere far away. Rumor said that they were super forces from the Eastern Barren territory. Ever since Yi Futian broke into the Nanda palace to take Yi Lingxi and Yi Danshan away, there were all sorts of rumors in the palace. Some said that the Yunchu nation emperor that had taken them to the Nanda palace had submitted to the Nanda nation. But Yi Futian was back with a force at the same level as Luo Junlin's royal Xian temple. Therefore, the emperor of Yunchu was forced to hand them over. This was also why Yi Futian and Luo Junlin would fight. Emperor Luo announced publicly that Luo Junlin would kill Yi Futian and end everything. He seemed to be very confident in Luo Junlin. The people of the imperial city all believed him. After all, Luo Junlin was the legendary crown prince. He had double life spirits. Not only that, his cultivation plane was higher than Yi Futian. No matter how talented Yi Futian was, he couldn't catch up. Yi Futian had probably been forced to accept this battle. However, there were also whispers that Yi Futian had entered the Nanda palace, killed the 6 emperors, and taken the people away. Many scoffed at this though. How could he kill 6 nobles? However, many high-status people knew this was true. The regular citizens wouldn't know what happened in another kingdom, but the emperors of the 100 lands obviously knew. Today, many strong cultivators descended in the cities surrounding the Nanda palace, including those from the Eastern Barren territory. Everyone was discussing who would win. There was a roofless wine shop near the palace. It was filled with people because the Kangyi kingdom had arrived. The Kuanpeng landed with Emperor Yi. Yi Futian wasn't here yet, so they waited. That's Yi Wuchen, someone said, looking at a youth amongst them. Yi Wuchen had become quite famous in the imperial city due to the Tingfeng banquet. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu had extraordinary qualities too. Everyone started discussing that these people were most likely from the Eastern Barren territory. At this time, a group came from the distance. They stood out from the crowd with sharp auras. Everyone had an ancient sword. The crowd moved aside subconsciously, letting them through. After arriving, they glanced at Yi Wuchen. The leader had cold eyes. He was Zhisong, pride of the Futian Sword clan's first summit. Li Daoyun was his junior brother and had asked him many questions before. He often helped Li Daoyun. But after Li Daoyun accepted Yi Wuchen's challenge and was killed, the first summit couldn't say anything. However, Yi Wuchen acted on his own accord and was very close to Yi Futian from the cottage. Zhisong had warned him before, but Yi Wuchen ignored him. Everyone knew about the rivalry between the Futian Sword clan and cottage though. In addition, the girl Li Daoyun had liked, Lu Qinyu, was now very close to Yi Wuchen. They were sitting together right now. Under these circumstances, the first summit obviously was upset with Yi Wuchen. You came from the Kangyi kingdom. Are these your family? Zhisong asked Yi Wuchen. Is there a problem? Yi Wuchen looked up at him. Zhisong was a swordsman from the first summit. Yi Wuchen was from the 7th summit. Of course, he couldn't compare to Zhisong's cultivation. He'd been a swordsman for many years and was known as number 1 of their generation. The Futian Sword clan is a sacred place for swordsmanship in the Eastern Barren territory. I don't wish to see it used in a place like the 100 Lands as a weapon to fulfill one's personal greed, Zhisong said. I can't control Yi Futian, but the Futian Sword clan cannot be disgraced like this. Yi Wuchen's gaze was sharp as he looked to Zhisong. He naturally never thought to use the Futian Sword clan's strength to bring Kangyi to power. Yi Futian hadn't done so either. He'd always wanted to resolve the Nanda problem with his own means and never used the cottage's name. However, the assassination in Chaoga City told them all that even if he didn't, the others might. Shiro and Luo Junlin were examples. For more than 1 year, the Nanda nation had used the royal Xian temple to threaten Neji. If Yi Futian hadn't become known in the ancient barren world, what would have happened? After that, Shiro and Luo Junlin still didn't give up. They tried to kill Yi Futian, which was why he challenged Luo Junlin now. Zhisong's words had double meanings. He was warning Yi Wuchen while also mocking Yi Futian. He looked down on Yi Futian for taking advantage of his position. If it has nothing to do with you, you naturally can show off your character and make yourself seem proud and upright. Yi Wuchen chuckled but didn't say anything else. Zhisong wasn't Yi Futian. His family hadn't been threatened. He was a bystander so he could act like this. Fake, Lu Feiyang muttered. He'd personally seen Shiro bring people to Kangyi. At that time, the Kangyi kingdom had felt such despair. If he and Yi Futian hadn't arrived, what would have been the consequences? This didn't happen to Zhisong, so what right did he have to judge? Zhisong gazed at them. Beside him, Chi Ao said, I would like to see what would happen if Yi Futian lost this time. He won't. Yi Wuchen was obviously more confident in Yi Futian than others. A 7th-level Dharma plane against the Arcana plane, Zhisong said indifferently. Luo Junlin of the Royal Xian Temple isn't that much of a failure. Everyone's hearts trembled. This group seemed to come from the domineering Fuyun Sword clan. Yi Wuchen was cultivating there too. That's what I think. At that time, another voice spoke. Another group arrived and everyone moved to the side. The two at the front were very stunning. The young man had a powerful aura and the woman had unparalleled beauty. She was like a fairy. Everyone's eyes focused on her, sighing inwardly at how beautiful she was. Chapter 304, You Can Try. Chapter 304, You Can Try. It was Qinli and Chu Yaoyao. After Yi Futian left the Moon Clan, Qinli became much prouder. He went to the Moon Clan with gifts and Chu Yaoyao's master, Yan Feihong, was already swayed. Xiao Yueju's attitude when Yi Futian went to the Moon Clan directly led to this. Yan Feihong agreed to Qinli's marriage with Chu Yaoyao and allowed the latter to cultivate at the Dongqin Academy for a while. This news caused a ripple throughout the Eastern Barren territory. People wondered if the Moon Clan would ally with the Qin dynasty. Qinli and Chu Yaoyao walked over now, gazing at Zhisong, Yi Wuchen, and the others. Chuckling, Qinli said, Luo Junlin isn't the best of the Eastern Barren territory, but he is still a genius from the Royal Xian Temple and He Yulu's personal disciple. With such an advantage in playing, there is no reason he will fail. Emperor Yi and Yi Lingxi frowned. These people were clearly all from top forces of the Eastern Barren territory like Yi Futian. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to make such comments. But from their tone, there wasn't much chance for Yi Futian to win. You also thought this when Yi Futian challenged Qian Shanmu outside the Dongqin Academy, Yi Wuchen said calmly without looking at Qinli. The man had said many things, judging Yi Futian many times. He was humiliated every time but never learned his lesson. Of course, Yi Wuchen knew that they were enemies, so Qinli naturally wished for Yi Futian to lose. Qinli didn't mind Yi Wuchen's jab. Smiling, he said, Yi Wuchen, people would think you're a disciple of the cottage. It's so lively here. There was a chuckle. The strong cultivators of the Ji family from the ancient barren world had come. Others descended from the sky. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were here. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua appeared together, causing many gasps. Chu Yaoyao was already beautiful. Qin Mengrua was another beauty but in a different style. The building instantly became filled with talents and beauties. Even more terrifying, the strong cultivators behind these people were probably nobles. The restaurant not far from the palace instantly became so lively. All the strong cultivators from the eastern barren territory grouped here. When the people around the palace heard about this, they rushed over to witness this scene. Emperor Luo also came with Minister Hua. Arriving, Emperor Luo gazed at everyone and greeted them. You all have come from a faraway place. As the leader of the Nanda nation, I must fulfill my duties as a host. This place is very crude. Please follow me to the Nanda palace. Though he was an emperor, he still had to lower himself before these people. Sure. Qin Li smiled and nodded. His attitude surprised many people. Was this person against Yi Futian? Everyone now knew about Yi Futian's relationship with Emperor Luo. If he acted closely with Emperor Luo, what would Yi Futian think? Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua obviously cooperated with Qin Li. Many walked over to Emperor Luo, making him look powerful. The spectators were confused. It seemed that Yi Futian wasn't well off in the eastern barren territory. Otherwise, why wouldn't these people care about his feelings? Senior brother, shall we? Qi Ao asked Zhisong. Seeing this, Emperor Yi furrowed his brows. He wasn't familiar with the powers of the eastern barren territory and didn't know what was happening. Didn't he say he won't get involved in the 100 Lands? Yi Lingxi asked softly. What did Zhisong say earlier? He didn't want Yi Wuqian's sword to be used in the 100 Lands. Even though her voice was soft, Qi Ao still heard her. His eyes flashed and turned to her. Is it your place to speak? The first summit of the Futian sword clan had always disliked Yi Wuqian. Now, a girl beside him had comments too. Yi Wuqian arched an eyebrow. He could tell that Qi Ao was targeting him. Otherwise, he had no reason to humiliate Yi Lingxi. He stood, sword intent wrapping around him. What, you want to fight me? Qi Ao looked at him. The surrounding people all stopped, looking intrigued. Was this an inner fight of the Futian sword clan? Wuqian. Emperor Yi placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him to stop. He knew that they were all disciples of the Futian sword clan. He didn't want to make Yi Wuqian's life in the clan difficult because of this. Yi Wuqian's expression was cold while Qi Ao looked at him with a smile. Yi Lingxi said, "It's all right. Let's go," Zhisong said. Qi Ao chuckled and the first summit of the Futian sword clan left, following Emperor Luo. Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao, Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengrua, and many others followed as well. The Ji family smiled and went to join them. The people around them looked at Emperor Yi and whispered. Many followed Emperor Luo away. The crowd here thinned. Just then, a group of strong cultivators arrived in the sky. It was Yi Futian's group. In the sky, Yi Futian was going straight to the Nanda palace. When he was about to arrive, he saw the huge Kunpeng below and the group heading towards the palace. His eyes flashed. Down, Yi Futian said. They went to the restaurant. Sensing something, many people looked up to see Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and the others. Yi Futian. Many were surprised. Sadly, those people had just left. Otherwise, there would be a show to watch. But with so many disciples of top forces here, probably nothing will happen. What's wrong? Yi Futian asked, sensing the odd atmosphere. He looked to the distance and seemed to see Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao, and the others. Those guys are so arrogant, Lu Feiyang scoffed. He quickly recounted what happened. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He wasn't surprised at Qin Li. That guy was always here and Yi Futian started disliking him more and more. However, the conflict between Futian's first summit and Yi Wuqian seemed more glaring. Otherwise, Zhisong and Qi Ao wouldn't act like that. Uncle Yi, did the imperial advisor come? Yi Futian asked Emperor Yi. Yes, he is at the inn. Emperor Yi nodded. Good. Take him to the palace. Uncle Yi, I'll go now, Yi Futian said. His body flashed and the group headed towards the palace. Nanda Wenshan and many of the Nanda clan came as well. The group whooshed past. In the front, Emperor Luo's group was powerful too. Those following him looked back and saw Yi Futian's group in the air. Their expressions changed. Emperor Luo stopped and turned too. Seeing the people, his eyes turned cold. He knew what had happened in Donghai City but could do nothing. Now, Yi Futian brought the Nanda clan over. What did this signify? Yi Futian, Qin Li and the others looked up. The people behind them were intrigued. Was he finally here? These people had been invited by Emperor Luo into the palace. Yi Futian must be upset now. They didn't care though. While everyone looked up, Yi Futian acted as if he didn't see them. He passed right above their heads. At that moment, the smiles of Qin Li and the others froze as they watched the people go past without looking at them. This was different from what they had imagined. What is he doing? Qi Ao furrowed his brows, upset. Yi Futian had gone right past their heads. Yi Futian continued forward. Before the Nanda Palace, the guards all moved aside when they saw him. Soon after, Yi Futian stood in the empty space before the palace. Emperor Luo and the others arrived, staring coldly at him. So many strong cultivators were gathered, they all stared at Yi Futian. Lock the palace. Do not let anyone in, Yi Futian said. Yes. The 9 nobles nodded and spread outside the palace. The crowd was shocked. Qin Li and the other powerful figures were about to enter the palace with Emperor Luo, but Yi Futian stood there and ordered to lock the palace. What did he mean? Was he going directly against the top forces? Many people had sharp gazes. Was Yi Futian really that powerful to do this? The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Fuyun sword clan frowned. Qin Li sneered and said, Yi Futian, Emperor Luo invited us into the Nanda Palace as guests. What are you doing? Today is my battle with Luo Junlin to resolve matters of the Nanda nation, but you are with Luo. What are you doing? Yi Futian asked in reply. Do I need your permission to stand with someone? Qi Ao asked. He thought the people of the cottage needed to mind their own business. From this moment on, the Nanda Palace no longer belongs to the Luo family. It is returned to the Nanda clan. My uncle is the descendant of the Nanda nation's royalty and will inherit this palace. From now on, no one is allowed to step foot inside. Just with them. Qi Ao gazed at the nobles around Yi Futian. No. Yi Futian stared at Qi Ao and said coldly and proudly, because I am a disciple of the cottage. Qi Ao's eyes hardened. Those from the Eastern Barren territory understood the weight of those words. Yi Futian's meaning was clear. If the other forces would get involved, then it was no longer Yi Futian's personal matter. He would use his identity as a cottage disciple. Disciple of the cottage. The people of Nandu didn't understand. They were curious as to what the cottage was. What if I want to go in? Zhisong looked at Yi Futian. As a swordsman of the Fuyun sword clan's first summit, he also had his pride. You can try, someone in the crowd said. A few people walked out. The one at the front was a handsome scholar in a pure white robe. Chapter 305, Eye for Eye. Chapter 305, Eye for Eye. It was Gu Donglu from the cottage. Behind him were Shui Yi and Luo Fan. The 3 nobles of the cottage had appeared in Nanda nation. Gu Donglu had come personally. Zhisong stared at Gu Donglu. This man had defeated Lu Nantian at the Dongqin Academy. No one could defeat him except those legendary figures of each top force. Since Gu Donglu was here, everything was settled. Qin Li and the others all shut up. Ever since that fight, Gu Dongluo's status in the Eastern Barren territory was undisputable. The people of the Nanda nation looked at the newcomer, wondering who he was. The palace instantly silenced with his arrival. Even those from the top forces didn't dare talk back to him. Third senior brother. Yi Futian smiled at Gu Donglu. He knew how significant it was for Gu Donglu to come personally and felt warm inside. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed. Yi Futian's senior brothers had arrived. Today is the fight between my junior brother and the Nanda nation. Anyone from the Eastern Barren territory who interferes will become the cottage's enemy. Gazing at everyone, Gu Donglu continued calmly, next, you can just watch. His calm voice was filled with indescribable dominance. The top forces of the Eastern Barren territory were only allowed to watch. The people of Nandu were all shaken. Yi Futian's senior brother seemed to be more powerful than all of them. Had they thought incorrectly earlier? The cottage wants to be in charge of even us? Qin Li asked. The Futian sword clan agreed with his question and looked to Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu gazed at him. Yes. His reply was only one word. Qin Li's smile froze while everyone else looked at Gu Donglu. The cottage's style was so familiar. The atmosphere tensed. Qin Li didn't continue. He was the grandson of Emperor Qin, but he wasn't at the same level as Gu Donglu. His father would be more suitable. At this moment, a group of figures arrived inside the palace. It was the strong cultivators of the Royal Xian Temple and Luo Junlin. After He Yulu brought them over, he guarded Luo Junlin as he cultivated. He disliked Luo Junlin greatly now, but he still hoped Luo Junlin could kill Yi Futian. He gazed at Gu Donglu. Had the third disciple of the cottage come? If it wasn't the cottage, Yi Futian wouldn't force Shiro to die. It was also because of the cottage that he couldn't even avenge for his daughter's death. Yi Futian and Luo Junlin both went into the air. More and more people gathered over. There were countless strong cultivators now. Royal Xian Temple, step back, Gu Donglu said coldly, gazing at the people around Luo Junlin. He Yulu's eyes flashed and hardened. I will watch here, he said. Step back. Gu Donglu repeated, his tone colder. He Yulu's anger flared. The others from the Royal Xian Temple were also furious. My second senior sister is gentle and kind, so only one person died at Chaoga. My third senior brother isn't so easy, Luo Fan said coldly from the back. The Royal Xian Temple dared to protect the person who tried to kill his junior brother. If it had been Gu Donglu instead of Zhuge Hui at that time, things would have been different. They weren't familiar with first senior brother, the Sword Saint, but they obviously knew Zhuge Hui and Gu Dongliu's personalities. Both were obedient to the teacher, but Zhuge Hui was a woman, after all. She was naturally softer. Gu Donglu was more overbearing. The surrounding people all looked at Luo Fan. Since when was their second disciple gentle and kind? That woman had smashed the gate of the Dongqin College when she arrived and threatened to stop the battles. The Royal Xian Temple all looked uncomfortable. He Yulu waved his hand. I'm sure the cottage will keep their promise. Yi Futian and Luo Junlin had promised that whoever lost would die. The cottage could change this rule, so he was afraid. He took the Royal Xian Temple back, stepping out of the range. The space was empty and ready for Yi Futian and Luo Junlin. Will your people retreat too? Luo Junlin asked Yi Futian. Don't worry. I need to finish some things. Yi Futian chuckled and looked to Emperor Ye's side. Imperial advisor, he called. A man walked out from beside Emperor Yi. When he saw Emperor Luo, his eyes hardened. It was Mo He, the imperial sorcerer of Nandu. What's going on? Many of the Nanda nation were confused. Mo He shot into the air and went to Yi Futian. He was blind but very sensitive. Facing the people of the Nanda nation, he said, I am Mo He, the imperial sorcerer of the old royal family of Nandu. This caused everyone's eyes to focus on him. He was from the old royalty and had been the imperial sorcerer. Luo Tianyi was once the guard of Emperor Nandu, Mo He said calmly. That year, His Majesty, Luo Tianyi, and I entered the ancient barren world together. Luo Tianyi sneakily killed His Majesty and blinded my eyes. He stole His Majesty's fate and entered the noble plane. He claimed to be emperor and stole the throne. Emperor Luo's face was livid. Nonsense, he uttered. Senior, please go back, Yi Futian said to the imperial advisor. Looking at Emperor Luo, he continued, we can worry over the validity of that later. But what about Donghai City? I conferred a title upon you but you refused. What can I say? Emperor Luo said. Good. It seemed that you blessed me, Yi Futian said, smiling. In that case, I will bless you too. After you die, you can kneel before my Grand Master and repent for eternity. You. Emperor Luo's expression was ugly. Yi Futian hadn't even fought with Luo Junlin yet but wanted to kill him. Take him down, Yi Futian ordered coldly. Silver snow guards instantly stepped forward to Emperor Luo. A horrible iciness descended. Thinking of how the other 6 emperors had died, Emperor Luo trembled. He reacted quickly too. He shot into the sky, wanting to transform into lightning and escape. But then, a figure shot up too, standing right before Emperor Luo. It was an icy girl. She looked at Emperor Luo and he felt coldness seep in from head to toe. Then he turned to ice, transforming into a statue in the air. The girl grabbed in the air and brought Emperor Luo's ice body to Yi Futian. A group of nobles appeared behind her. They all had terrifying auras. The silver snow guards froze, surprised at her appearance. The sudden changes came too quickly. In only one moment, Emperor Luo was captured and defenseless. The woman who had captured Emperor Luo bowed to Yi Futian. I am Lan. Greetings to the sun. Greetings to the sun, the other nobles said, also bowing. Yi Futian was surprised. They called him the sun, so they must be sent by the empress. That woman had sent such a strong force here. Yi Futian. Luo Junlin's aura was going wild as he glared at Yi Futian. They hadn't even started but Yi Futian already acted. You're breaking the rules. He Yulu frowned. Yi Futian glanced at Luo Junlin and said to He Yulu, Luo Junlin is a disciple of the royal Xian temple, so I followed the rules of the Eastern Barren territory to challenge him. Whoever dies will lose. My grudge with the Nanda nation is another matter. With that, he looked to Emperor Luo. The man's eyes were filled with fury as he glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't care. Do you feel hopeless? He asked. He had dreamed that Luo Junlin could defeat Yi Futian and he could continue to rule. It was just a dream. Even if Yi Futian lost, it would have nothing to do with Emperor Luo. Yi Futian would treat him how he'd treated Yi Futian before. Disable him, Yi Futian ordered. Yes. Lan nodded. She hit Emperor Luo's body with her palm. At that moment, horrible icy intent ate into Emperor Luo's body. He yelled as the coldness entered his bone marrow. He shook with deep, deep fear. He was an emperor but was now being disabled. Even now, he couldn't accept this. He was the leader of Nandu, he was an emperor. Countless eyes fell on him in confusion and shock. Was the emperor of the Nanda nation really being disabled just like this? The battle hadn't even started yet but Yi Futian had disabled an emperor. No one had thought of this, including Emperor Luo. No. He could feel the coldness damaging his organs. His brows were covered in white frost. Feeling the loss of power, he was in despair. At this moment, he thought of a scene from before. He was writing a decree in his library. At that time, he had been an emperor that ruled over the land. Now, the situation was flipped. Yi Futian didn't give him any chance at all. Him too. Yi Futian pointed at Minister Hua, who was completely dazed. He knew his fate when he saw Emperor Luo disabled, he didn't even dare to escape. If he tried, Yi Futian would notice him. With a plop, he fell onto his knees. He was at the peak of the Arcana plane and shouldn't be so cowardly. But seeing Emperor Luo disabled right before him, he was completely shaken. Fear won over his pride. I was just following orders. Please forgive me, Minister Hua begged on his knees. Yi Futian stood in the air, looking down coldly. Following orders? It was a laughable excuse. Without any mercy, Minister Hua was disabled just like Emperor Luo. Of course they were in despair. Yi Futian had experienced that despair before. When Xia Feng, chief of the East Sea Prefecture, had announced the decree, it was like being struck by lightning. No one could imagine how hopeless he had felt. Now, it was payback. An eye for an eye. Chapter 306, Duel. Chapter 306, Duel. Countless eyes from the Nanda nation looked to the disabled Emperor Luo and Minister Hua. It didn't feel real. There was no way to fight back. With one word, Yi Futian disabled an emperor and minister. They inhaled sharply and looked to Yi Futian. He was so domineering in his revenge. Back then, Emperor Luo hadn't given him any way to fight back. Now, he made Emperor Luo feel the same despair. Everyone thought that Yi Futian would resolve his problem with the Nanda nation after his fight with Luo Junlin. However, he didn't give Emperor Luo any shred of hope, just like what Emperor Luo had done before. Yi Futian had thought about returning with absolute power. However, the assassination told him that Luo Junlin and Emperor Luo still wanted him dead, even when he was in the Eastern Barren territory. Thus, he decided not to play with them anymore. Since they acted that way, it was easier. He'd wanted to use the cottage's power to challenge Luo Junlin. After killing him, he would kill Emperor Luo with the Kangyi kingdom and the other 6 emperors to fully resolve the matters with Nandu. With the cottage present, no forces of the Eastern Barren territory would get involved. However, things didn't go as he'd planned. The other 6 emperors had betrayed them, but the nobles of ancient Lulan listened to him. This way, things were even easier. He's so serious. It seems that what happened really is a thorn in his chest, Luo Fan murmured in the crowd. He'd never seen Yi Futian like this before. Imagine if it happened to you, Shuiyi whispered. Since they'd come to Nanda Nation, they naturally knew what had happened before. It was unforgivable for an emperor to bully a youth. Yeah, I'll be harsher. Luo Fan nodded. Gu Donglu looked calmly to the palace. Yi Futian had a cold aura now. His attractive features emanated a cold cruelness, similar to Gu Donglu. Their teacher had once said that being murderous would hurt themselves. However, he also lived by another phrase, kill all evil. Emperor Luo was the ruler of the Nanda nation but treated Yi Futian so horribly. He clearly was an evil person to play with a youth's fate. He didn't have any pity at all. An emperor like that deserved to be killed. Even if Yi Futian lost today, Gu Donglu would have killed Emperor Luo. There was so much evil in the world that one couldn't rid it all. But since it happened to someone beside him, he would act as the judgment and rid the evil. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Luo with no pity, there was only coldness. Did you think this day would come when you sent out that decree? He asked. Emperor Luo was still trembling. Of course he didn't think that one day, Minister Zhuo would be right. This was a calamity for the Nanda nation. He didn't believe in fate, but in the end, fate still played him. Do you regret it? Yi Futian gazed at Emperor Luo and Minister Hua. An emperor and minister were being toyed by a youth. Regret? Of course they regretted it. Everything was over. Minister Hua still remembered the scene when Yi Futian stepped foot inside the Nanda clan. He had been sitting high up, watching the brilliant youth burst in. 2 short years later, it was the other who was playing with his fate now. Can we start now? A dark voice said. Yi Futian looked over to Luo Junlin. The aura around Luo Junlin was chaotic right now. He witnessed everything but couldn't change anything. Back then, he was the high and mighty crown prince. His single utterance could determine Yi Futian's fate. Now, Yi Futian had the cottage and many nobles to work for him. He could determine the Nanda nation's fate. Now, only Luo Junlin had the opportunity to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian was calm. His white robe and black hair fluttered despite the lack of wind. At this moment, the chaotic world seemed to quiet down. Only these two facing each other existed. Luo Junlin was a legendary crown prince of the Nanda nation. He had double life spirits and became the crown prince as a youth. He was the future emperor of Nandu and worshipped by countless. Some people were born to be great. He was one of them. He'd definitely displayed his brilliance before. He was the first of the 100 lands to make people from the Eastern Barren territory come and take him as a disciple. It had been such an honor when the royal Xian temple came for him that day. Every emperor came to congratulate him. If Yi Futian didn't exist, Luo Junlin would absolutely become the legend of the Nanda nation. However, the heavens seemed to purposely create an opponent for him. The youth from Donghai city had rejected the decree and fled for his life. He'd entered the Kangyi kingdom. When he'd returned, he stole the spotlight of the Tingfeng banquet with his staff and dharma. Even though Luo Junlin had been accepted by the royal Xian temple, he still couldn't steal Yi Futian's thunder. After that, forces of the Eastern Barren territory went to Kangyi to fight for people. Apparently, Luo Junlin and Shiro were there too. The battle between Luo Junlin and Yi Futian seemed to be fated, destined since their first meeting at the Donghai Academy. Luo Junlin was royalty but Yi Futian displayed the aura of an emperor. Thus, they stood before each other today. Yi Futian waved his hand. The silver snow guards around him retreated, emptying the space. Only the two stood proudly above the Nanda nation. A wild aura burst forth. Noble intent exploded. Luo Junlin had entered the Arcana plane 1 year ago. Now, he was in the second level. Though he was only in the second of the 9 levels of the Arcana plane, he was still 4 levels higher than Yi Futian at the 7th level Dharma plane. There was also the big difference of plane. How could Yi Futian make up for this? Even now, Luo Junlin couldn't understand where Yi Futian got the confidence from, other than having the cottage behind him. The difference in plane was also why Zhisong, Qinli, and the others thought Yi Futian would lose if the cottage didn't interfere. Luo Junlin of the Royal Xian Temple wasn't useless. He wasn't a regular cultivator of the Arcana plane. A regular Arcana cultivator without noble fate from the ancient barren world would be much weaker. Faced with someone with noble intent, the difference in plane would be wiped out. The next moment, Luo Junlin released his dharma. It was a huge stone phoenix dozens of meters long. It pressed down on the sky with terrifying red light streaking across its surface. Flames flowed through the brilliant feathers like lava. One could feel various types of noble intent from Luo Junlin. He had twin spirits. The phoenix and stone figure were dharmas created from his twin spirits. The moment they were released, Yi Futian felt scalding heat and horrible pressure. Spiritual qi of the world flowed violently towards Luo Junlin's body and the stone fire phoenix. At this moment, Luo Junlin was like a true king ruling the world. So powerful. Countless eyes fell upon Luo Junlin. Yi Futian had disabled his father today, pressing down everything. Right now, Luo Junlin probably had fury burning like the phoenix. His eyes seemed to contain fire as he stared at Yi Futian. Horrible power weighed down on Yi Futian. Countless eyes fell upon him, watching the handsome figure stand facing the wind. The next moment, dazzling light shot out. It was his noble fate. The red fire noble fate and purple lightning fate danced and roared wildly in the air. After that was sharp golden fate, heavy earthen fate, green wooden fate, a ripping gale, and extremely icy frost intent. 7 beams of colored light rose right into the clouds. Yi Futian was now bathed in full attribute noble aura. He was young, but he was like a noble. His body seemed frail but was extremely impressive. Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao, Qian Shanmu, Qin Menrua, and the others all looked at him. His talent was truly monstrous. No wonder he'd broken so many records of the ancient barren world and was invited personally by Gu Donglu. But could his talent make up for the difference in plane? Boom! An extremely wild aura burst from Yi Futian as he released his dharma. The horrible apparition of the divine ape appeared behind him. It was covered in shocking light. Gold and dirt yellow light flowed across. It also glimmered with purple electricity. The powerful divine ape's body was like a dragon. It also had dazzling golden feathers behind him that covered the sky. The wings should be from the golden rock, but it transformed in Yi Futian's dharma. It was huge and beautiful, fitting perfectly with the divine ape. One's impression of the dharma was that it was beautiful and powerful. It seemed to contain many top forms. Yi Futian's body seemed to meld into the dharma too, as well as various noble fates. This dharma. Many people were speechless. His power seemed untouchable. Junior hasn't had a true fight since entering the cottage. We'll be able to see his true abilities today, Luo Fan said, smiling. Yi Futian was well known throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. However, he'd used rhythmic sorcery against Qian Shanmu and instantly defeated Qin Mang. Today's battle with Luo Junlin would allow them to finally see Yi Futian's combat ability. Gu Donglu stared forward. He was excited to see Yi Futian challenge an arcana cultivator from the Royal Xian Temple as a 7th-level Dharma plane. Luo Junlin stepped forward. The stone phoenix flapped its wings. Soon after, sharp meteorites appeared in the sky. Fire wrapped around the meteorites, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Die, Luo Junlin uttered coldly. His voice was filled with murderous intent. This spell was the meteorite attack. The moment he spoke, countless sharp flaming meteorites fell from the sky. A wind spell followed, wrapping around the mountain-like boulders and hurling them towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up. Each meteorite was thousands of pounds and had sharp points at the bottom. It would be horrible if he was hit. Chapter 307, Combat Ability. Chapter 307, Combat Ability. Yi Futian reached out. Wind and thunder converged in his palm. A horrible gale wrapped around and purple lightning danced. Even his eyes seemed to shine with purple light. Wild spiritual qi formed a frightening image in his palms. It spun like a windstorm. A shocking spell was about to be born. Everyone discovered with surprise that two different spells emerged from Yi Futian's hands. A horrible windstorm was created on his left hand. On his right hand, a terrible lightning dragon was forming. It seemed to have been carved. Endless lightning transformed into a chain that swung towards the falling meteorites, locking them in lightning. The wind and lightning dragon was still growing wildly. Our junior can inscribe. Shui Ye's eyes flashed. Yi Futian used his spiritual energy and powerful sense of spiritual qi to inscribe in the air without an inscriber's pen and paper. He released a spell that was above his plane. An inscriber who could inscribe in the air was similar to a summoner. When their spiritual energy and sense of spiritual qi were powerful enough, they could inscribe spells in the air. Of course, it would be much slower. Casting a spell of the same level could be instantaneous. But to inscribe a spell above one's level, one needed to gather stronger spiritual qi and control it with extreme spiritual energy. Any mistake could cause the entire spell to fail. Boom! Extremely terrible weight descended under Luo Junlin's control. Instead of dodging the attack, Yi Futian gathered his spell. He was crazy. Yi Futian stepped in the air and welcomed Luo Junlin's spell. Then he threw his hand forward. A real dragon and elephant seemed to roar. This hit landed squarely on the sharp boulder. The next moment, a purple dragon appeared. It filled the entire sky and wrapped around all the falling meteorites. A true dragon appeared as well. It ran past, crushing everything. Thunder Dragon Spell, Dragon Elephant Roar Martial Arts Technique, Shui said. He'd read tens of thousands of books and knew millions of spells. He'd transcribed practically every spell in the book cave of the cottage. The spell Yi Futian used, Thunder Dragon Spell, was in the Arcana Plane. The Dragon Elephant Roar was a powerful martial arts technique. He had combined martial arts and sorcery, casting both at the same time. They complemented each other and created even more power. The overlapped attack was much stronger than a scattered attack. The falling meteorites instantly shattered or cracked. Now, the spell in Yi Futian's left hand was activated. A horrible wind swept past, destroying everything. The meteorites in the sky all turned to dust. Nice, Luo Fan praised. Yi Futian's reaction was practically perfect. There was a big difference in plane, but he'd resolved the attack. He was flawless in both sorcery and martial arts. Added to his full attribute talent, he was a genius talent. Luo Fan felt some pressure as the senior brother. Qian Shanmu, Qin Menrua, and the others all watched seriously as well. They were slightly surprised. It was their first time seeing Yi Futian fight with his full ability. Qin Li had said that Yi Futian had never proved himself in battle. Today, they saw his combat ability. He'd displayed his monstrous talent in one attack. Luo Junlin looked coldly at Yi Futian. Since Yi Futian dared to challenge him, he would naturally be able to take more than one hit. Luo Junlin was prepared for this. Wild flame spiritual qi gathered. The stone phoenix flapped its wings and flew out. Lava-like flames flowed through the air towards Yi Futian, burning the sky red. It seemed able to burn everything. Liquid firelight appeared in the vast sky. Yi Futian's surroundings were all covered. He was now in a fiery red world. Luo Junlin's Dharma seemed to come to life and attack endlessly. Yi Futian released his sun Dharma. It hung high in the sky. There seemed to be a divine tree inside the sun with twisted roots. He himself seemed to transform into a furnace that could burn everything. Runes of fire wrapped around him. He released his wild noble intent and stood there, watching the incoming fire. Lava-like flames dropped onto him. He seemed to be inside the sun, feeling the horrible destructive power. Even though he cultivated fire spells, he still couldn't overlook this attack. But his own power and the flame intent wove with the sun Dharma to create a shield. The divine tree extended, absorbing the incoming flame power. The sun grew more dazzling and gradually expanded. Luo Junlin's fire attack was ineffective against Yi Futian. It even felt like it was strengthening Yi Futian's fire. Yi Futian stepped forward and passed through the fire. He went towards Luo Junlin. He was so overbearing and ignored everything. The stone phoenix flapped its wings hurriedly. A spell shot towards Yi Futian like a sharp knife. Yi Futian slapped forward. Like a burning handprint, he swept past everything and burned the sharp knife. Many people were shocked. Luo Junlin's fire attack seemed to be helping him instead. The stone phoenix returned to Luo Junlin's side and didn't continue attacking. Luo Junlin stared at the approaching Yi Futian. Animosity grew. No matter how powerful Yi Futian was, Luo Junlin was in the Arcana Plane and didn't fear the Dharma Plane. The stone phoenix Dharma seemed to meld into him. Beautiful wings appeared behind him. Yi Futian stood in the sky and looked down on Luo Junlin. His eyes were wild. 1,000 mirror images. As soon as Yi Futian spoke, a water elemental spell was born. It transformed into countless mirrors that reflected upon Yi Futian. Then he moved. In a moment, thousands of images appeared around Luo Junlin. They were all reflections of Yi Futian. It was impossible to determine which was real. Even worse, the sky within range of the spell turned into a mysterious mist. It covered his aura so Luo Junlin couldn't use it to find Yi Futian. As Yi Futian moved, the countless images in the sky surrounded Luo Junlin. It was dizzying. Luo Junlin's wings flapped and he rose up. Boom! Yi Futian cast a spell that transformed into a mountain that smashed down at Luo Junlin. Under the thousand mirror images spell, endless mountains seemed to be coming at him. Luo Junlin's wings turned into blades and swept past. Wind tore through the sky, passing through the mountains. They were apparitions instead of a real attack, but he had to clear them all. At the same time, Luo Junlin used a spell to smash the illusory images, but his spell went straight past. The thousand mirror images was a water elemental spell. It had no attacking power but was also unable to be destroyed directly. Boom! With a huge boom, the solid attack came and shattered under Luo Junlin's spell. But at the same time, lightning flashed in the sky. Crack! Purple light filled the sky and the lightning dragon unfurled. The lightning dragon spell erupted once again. Thousands of dragons seemed to go to Luo Junlin. His expression was ugly. With the thousand mirror images spell, every attack multiplied. They were fake, but he had to react. Otherwise, the real attack could hurt him. A boundless storm gathered around him, enveloping him and tearing apart everything else. The true lightning dragon descended upon the windstorm. Lightning and wind intertwined. Luo Junlin's windstorm continued rising, trying to escape from the spell. Yi Futian wouldn't allow it. Endless vines curled towards him. At the same time, the dragon elephant roar was activated and charged towards Luo Junlin. Trapped by the spell, Luo Junlin could only defend instead of attack. He was in the Arcana plane but was restricted by Yi Futian. This shocked many people. Yi Futian's every attack was filled with noble intent and reached the Arcana plane. It was as if he was truly in the Arcana plane, rather than Dharma. Qin Li stared at the battlefield, looking uncomfortable. He'd wondered if Luo Junlin could kill Yi Futian, but the latter's abilities were beyond his expectation. Luo Junlin was restricted in every aspect and his features twisted. He stopped trying to burst free. Endless spiritual qi gathered around him. His dharma entwined with his body. Bits of stone appeared. He seemed to be turning into a stone figure and kept expanding. Soon, a stone giant more than 100 meters tall appeared. Its surface burned with horrible flames. However, the giant's eyes were Luo Junlin's. He didn't fight back and just allowed the spells to fall on him. The giant stone man shook and the spells kept damaging the surface rock but couldn't hurt him. The broken stone skin quickly recovered as if it was undying. "How can you defeat me?" Luo Junlin roared. He swept his arms across, almost filling the entire sky. But at that moment, inside the thousand mirror images, a staff appeared before Yi Futian's might body. It kept enlarging. The divine ape melded with Yi Futian's body. He grasped the staff with immense strength. Unparalleled power gathered in his body. Everyone saw a beautiful scene. Inside the spell, thousands of figures twirled the staff at once. The wind and clouds howled, the world changed. This scene was too beautiful. Chapter 308, The Death of Luo Junlin. Chapter 308, The Death of Luo Junlin. Shining with the light of divine ape's figure, Yi Futian played out thousands of illusory figures with his long staff. He had a very mighty aura. Luo Junlin was in the sky too. While observing the countless illusory figures, he internalized his dharma into his body. Soon, a good amount of magma erupted from the crevices on his enormous rock-like body. He reached out his large rocky hand and a horrible noble intent soared into the sky. He folded his hands and roared angrily. Numerous flaming meteorites fell from the sky, turning the entire sky red. Bang, bang. Some of those meteorites, falling down in a certain place, were all crushed. Luo Junlin looked there and found one of the thousand figures was real. Only the real one could have such a strong force. Simultaneously, the thousands of figures targeted the rocky body. Yi Futian kept twirling his staff. Spiritual qi of the world converged like terrible waves, getting strong and stronger. Luo Junlin still looked indifferent. The world around him changed, creating continuous heavy pounds. The strong cultivators in the Arcana plane could resonate better with the natural world. The plane was also known as nature and man as one. Luo Junlin lifted his palms and pounced toward Yi Futian's real body. The flames on his palms dazzled like a noble handprint, extending endlessly and crushing everything. Yi Futian suffered the horrible gravity pressure brought by the handprint. Clearly, Luo Junlin was oppressing him with a gravity spell. Worse was that the flaming rocks from the sky kept falling down on him, seeming to bury him in this space. The Royal Xian handprint. The top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were all surprised. The Royal Xian handprint was an aggressive spell combining martial arts with spells. It was very fierce. As long as the handprint was thrown out, the target would be trapped in a space of extremely scary gravity. Everything around would fall down on the target automatically. Right now, Yi Futian was the target at the center of the attacks. Countless flaming meteorites crushed fiercely toward Yi Futian, but he seemed to not be worried at all. His body seemed to have a magical rhythm. Every blow of his staff shattered the incoming meteorites. Though he hadn't reached the Arcana plane, Yi Futian still had the power to gather the power in the world and resonate with the natural world as a strong cultivator in Arcana plane could, nature and man as one. What a fierce attack! People were amazed by Yi Futian's dancing body and magical rhythm full of strength. The flaming meteorites all disappeared, but Luo Junlin's large handprint followed. The entire sky darkened. Endless horrible pressure crushed down like a coffin to bury Yi Futian. Suddenly, Yi Futian felt like there was a king in that handprint sitting high on the throne and scorning him. The scene didn't stir Yi Futian's heart. Taking advantage of the time, he threw out his staff to rip the sky apart. All of a sudden, the divine ape roared, shaking the world. Rumble. There was a horrible explosion. Then the huge palm print was split from the middle. Huge meteorites kept blasting, but a very strong force came down to Yi Futian's staff. The staff trembled. His body was forced back. Luo Junlin's ferocious eyes stared at Yi Futian. He slowly folded his palms and endless spiritual qi gathered around him. Another wave of boulders fell down from the sky. A giant illusory stone figure appeared behind Luo Junlin like the king of stone. A second handprint was sent out. At this time, two king figures loomed simultaneously over the numerous falling meteorites, pouncing toward Yi Futian at the same time. He Yulu looked at this battle indifferently. This time, Luo Junlin would definitely kill Yi Futian. The ape roared angrily. Yi Futian's aura grew more fierce and aggressive. When the attack came, he waved his staff and split the air. A crack appeared in the sky. The meteorites and handprint were totally demolished. With another roar, more illusory king figures appeared in the sky and sent out more handprints. By comparison, Yi Futian's body was very small. Though he had the divine ape as a guard, he seemed to be almost buried. This time, Yi Futian stood still. His dharma broke out into the sky. An extremely enormous figure of an ape appeared behind him. With seemingly endless strength, he twirled his staff and auras of the world all gathered to the staff. No matter how strong the attacks were, he just stood still in place. The noble handprints came down upon him but all shattered. He just couldn't be defeated. Poof! People were shocked to find that Luo Junlin spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was burning too. An incomparably frightening aura loomed and rose up. He folded his palms again. Blood kept rushing out from his mouth. The whole world was shaking. Countless nobles appeared in the sky. How can it be? The top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were all stunned by this scene. This was the true Royal Xian handprint, but only cultivators of the noble plane could use the Royal Xian handprint. Those below the noble plane could only create the embryonic form as Luo Junlin had at first. It was the limit. However, the kings in the sky were all real, looking down at Yi Futian. The spiritual qi around Luo Junlin all resonated with his aura. Horrible airflow came and trapped Yi Futian in the midair. So powerful. At this moment, all the spectators looked up at the heart-shaking scene. The kings in the sky glared at Yi Futian, seeming to crush him beneath their feet. Very good. Qin Li grinned hideously. He glanced at people of the cottage, wondering whether they would help Yi Futian. If they acted, they would be the enemy of the royal Xian temple. But certainly, if Yi Futian won this battle, the royal Xian temple would not be happy either. The plight the cottage faced now was what they had been plotting. The age of the cottage and the college should come to its end. Gu Dongliu's group watched the battle. Junior Yi had done his best. His every blow was of the arcana plane. His dharma helped him become stronger and stronger. Even the world was shaken by his staff. But unexpectedly, Luo Junlin used the royal Xian handprint, risking getting hurt or ending his own life. But if he succeeded, this blow could be fatal to Yi Futian. Emperor Luo and Minister Hua closely stared at the front. Die. They'd been disabled but they still wanted to witness the death of Yi Futian. In the vast space, countless eyes stared at this scene. The sky was chaotic, the airflow was terrible, and the power was destructive. It had never been expected that the battle could be so fierce. Yi Futian looked up at those illusory figures. Endless spirit gathered and entered his body. He could feel the threatening pressure in his body. Even at this moment, he didn't give up. His eyes were extremely calm and fearless. His staff kept spinning. There was some unknown power growing in his body. His blood seemed to be burning and boiling, his veins and bones were snarling. The ape's roar and the dragon's growl shook the ground. A beam of sacred light appeared above Yi Futian and soared into the sky. His noble fate pierced into the sky. Everything in the sky bathed in the light and converged to produce a beam of more dazzling light. What is that? People stared at Yi Futian's body curiously. His noble fate seemed to be activated, becoming more dazzling and dreadful. At this time, Yi Futian became a true king without the help of noble intent. His body spun and his staff twirled. The sky changed color and his noble fate turned into beams of light. Light rushed into the staff. Then, all the power in the world gathered here as if he was the sovereign of the world. Bang! Yi Futian stepped heavily in the air while the ape ascended. The staff slashed through the air. I'll kill you. Luo Junlin raved toward Yi Futian. He spat out more blood. The kings in the sky sent out more threatening handprints, wanting to kill Yi Futian on the spot. The giant ape and Yi Futian acted as one, raising the staff together. Everywhere the staff swept, those meteorites were shattered. Yi Futian descended above Luo Junlin. He glanced at Luo Junlin indifferently. His staff slashed down. This was the fourth hit of the 9 heavenly attacks. The staff slashed down with the imperial tactics. All the dreadful royal Xian handprints were split by the staff. The flaming staff slashed down toward Luo Junlin below. Seeing the staff getting closer and closer, Luo Junlin's eyes revealed a hint of despair. The staff loomed and he roared angrily, I will not accept, bang. The stone figure shattered. Luo Junlin's body burst into ashes as well, seeming to disappear. In the sky, only one handsome figure stood there proudly with a mighty illusory figure of an ape behind him. He seemed unshakable as if what people saw was not a strong cultivator in Dharma plane but an emperor of the world. The turbulence in the sky dispersed and the meteorites disappeared. Yi Futian withdrew his noble fate so that others could not sense his emperor's intent. Though he'd activated the imperial tactic, he covered that with his noble fate. Therefore, others would regard it as some kind of strong spell. With rumbles, some meteorites fell onto the imperial palace on the ground. However, People still looked up to the figure in the sky, unwilling to look away. Luo Junlin was so strong, he even used the royal Xian handprint. Nobles had been everywhere. Everybody thought that Yi Futian would be killed, but Yi Futian had killed Luo Jun with one blow. Luo Junlin was killed on the spot. Chapter 309, ended. Chapter 309, ended. Countless people had gathered outside the imperial palace, but there was only a deafening silence at the moment. Today, in the sky above the Nanda Nation imperial palace, Prince Luo Junlin battled Yi Futian and was killed. At this instant, many people from the Nanda Nation recalled the scene when Luo Junlin became a disciple of a powerful cultivator from the royal Xian temple. He was extremely glamorous and various emperors came to Nandu to congratulate him. Today, however, the legendary prince of the Nanda Nation only managed to make another person famous. He was the unparalleled young man who came from Donghai City and was forced to leave his hometown by Luo Junlin and Emperor Luo. When he returned, many nobles listened to his orders and called him the son. When his senior stood beside him, nobody from the top forces in the Eastern Barren territory dared to touch him. He was only in the Dharma Plain and crossed 4 levels to kill Luo Junlin. If Luo Junlin could be called a legend, then what about Yi Futian? The Nanda Nation is totally over. Everyone had this thought in their minds. It was already certain that the rulers of the Nanda Nation would change. Emperor Luo was disabled and Luo Junlin was killed. The fate of the Luo family would be changed completely. The people from the Nanda Nation looked at Yi Futian, the miraculous young man who came from Donghai City. 2 years ago, he defied the emperor's order and wrote his own fate himself. In the future, he would be the legend of the Nanda Nation. In addition, with his talents, even the vast Eastern Barren territory would probably also become a stage for him to perform. The young man who looked like an all-powerful emperor when he fought was born extraordinary. Emperor Luo trembled and his hopeless look gradually turned blank. His son Luo Junlin had been a genius since he was a child and had twin spirits. In reality, this was also true indeed. How many people in the 100 lands could win him in the battle just now? However, destiny was just so cruel. Since Luo Junli was so talented, why would a person like Yi Futian exist? Why would such a person be born in Donghai City? His mind was filled with regret. If everything could start all over again, he would go to Donghai personally and kill Yi Futian. However, it was already too late to regret at the moment. He regretted, but could not change anything. At this very moment, he recalled many things in the past. That time, he planned a trap and killed the emperor of Nandu in the ancient barren world. Taking away the emperor's noble fate, he eventually managed to enter the noble plane and took over his position, becoming the emperor of a kingdom. He went against God's will and changed his own destiny. He was not resigned to his fate and changed it himself. In the end, however, everything was still lost. Compared to the young man standing proudly in the air, he seemed so petty at the moment. The emperor was but an ant. A tear actually appeared at the corner of Emperor Luo's eye. It was not that he was not strong enough, but instead, he felt that the world was really unfair and everyone's fate was unpredictable. He had paid a lot to reach the position he was at now. However, his most talented son was killed and he was disabled, and an inevitable death awaited him. Thinking about his entire life, he was not resigned. He Yulu from the royal Xian temple clenched his fists firmly as his face turned gloomy. He was unconcerned about Luo Junlin's death. Although his daughter, Hishiro, had begged him before dying, he had already given Luo Junlin a chance. As long as Luo Junlin could kill Yi Futian in the battle, he would try his best to protect him. However, he failed himself and did not manage to kill Yi Futian. Compared to Luo Junlin's death, he was more concerned about the fact that Yi Futian was still standing there in one piece. Not only was he alive, but he also displayed an astonishing combat power and attracted everyone's admiration. Luo Junlin was his disciple, so he obviously knew how strong his disciple was. Even though Luo Junlin was weaker than those top geniuses, he did not know if any other young person in the Eastern Barren territory could cross 4 levels and kill Luo Junlin like what Yi Futian had done. At least, he did not know such a person. This was the best chance they had, and yet Luo Junlin did not manage to kill Yi Futian. In the future, even if the Royal Xian Temple wanted to take revenge, they could not fight against the cottage. How about another assassination? That depended on whether they could pay the price, and the answer was obvious. Let's go. Turning around, He Yulu walked away and showed no signs of wanting to stay. Luo Junlin was already dead. What did the other issues of the Nanda nation have to do with him? The people of the Nanda nation watched as the cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple took their leave. They knew that the Luo royal family was totally done for. The Royal Xian Temple abandoned them and left. Luo Junlin was killed, but they did not say anything at all. Nobody knew the exact reason, but at least they knew that the people from the Royal Xian Temple were weaker than the people in Yi Futian's clan. Previously, Gu Donglu had warned the people from the Royal Xian Temple to back away, and nobody dared to disobey him. Suddenly, Yi Futian started walking in the air, attracting everyone's gaze. He walked up to Emperor Luo, who also raised his head and looked back at him. At this moment, Emperor Luo felt somewhat dreary. As an emperor, he once viewed Yi Futian as an ant. Now, however, Yi Futian was far superior and was looking at him from above. Yi Futian. Suddenly, everyone heard a clear voice. Yi Futian turned his head and saw a charming figure, Luo Mengyan, the princess of the Nanda nation. Yi Futian looked at her calmly. I won't ask you to let him off, but the tragedy at that time was caused by him, my brother, and Minister Hua. Many people from the Luo family are innocent. Can you please let them off? Luo Mengyan did not show up just now, and she also did not plead Yi Futian to forgive her father, for she knew well that this was impossible. A person should pay for what he had done, but it should not involve the entire Luo family. In the future, the direct descendants of the Luo family shall be ordinary people, Yi Futian said. All right. Luo Mengyan felt very sad, but she still nodded. That time, the order from her father involved all the relatives of Yi Futian, and an elder whom Yi Futian respected a lot was killed. Later, her father and brother also went to Kangyi and threatened Emperor Yi to hand over Yi Futian's master and masteress. Now, Yi Futian decided not to kill every single one of them. What else could she say? Silver 9, bring the 2 of them to Donghai City and freeze them in front of the school of the Emperor's Star. I want them to kneel down before my Grandmaster's statue to repent, Yi Futian said. Yes, son, Silver 9 nodded. Then, he brought Emperor Luo and Minister Hua and left the place. The emperor and the minister were carried off by him just like 2 ants. The emperor of a kingdom would kneel down before the school of the Emperor's Star, causing many people to sigh. Donghai Academy would probably become famous in the Nanda nation. Yi Futian walked back and stood above the imperial palace, scanning the crowd. The hatred between him and the Luo family finally ended, and he also completed what he had been bothered by for a long time. He wished that his grandmaster could now rest in peace. Luo Tianyin stole the Nanda nation, and it shall now be returned to the Nandu royal family. My uncle Nandu Wenshan, a descendant of the former Nandu royal family, will be the emperor of Nandu in the future. The sin that Luo Tianyin has committed will not involve anyone apart from those directly in the Luo family. Next time, if I can become powerful enough, I will also try to help the Nanda nation. I hope that Nandu can become more and more prosperous, Yi Futian said loudly. Then, he looked at Nandu Wenshan and smiling, he said, Uncle, I will leave everything else to you. After he finished speaking, he smiled and backed to the side. Nandu Wenshan took a deep breath and walked forward. He went to the spot above the crowd and felt very emotional. In the past, his ancestor had been killed. Now, the Nanda nation was finally returned to him. He recalled the scene when he first met Yi Futian. That day, in the Luo palace, he was extremely suave, and shocked everyone with his melody of the white feather. That time, Nanda Wenshan already somewhat admired Yi Futian. However, he did not expect Yi Futian to create such a miracle in only 2 years and help him get back the Nanda nation. Some elders of the Nanda clan trembled in excitement. The nation was finally returned to them. Fortunately, Yi Futian did not hate the entire Nanda clan because of Nanda Tai alone. Fortunately, the relationship between him and Hua Jieyu was firm enough, otherwise, they would not be able to get control over the nation. Greetings, Your Majesty. Outside the Nanda Nation Imperial Palace, many courtiers bowed to salute. The guards also knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing a group of people taking the lead, more and more people started to salute Nanda Wenshan. They knew that while Nanda Wenshan's level may not be very high and he was not even a noble, he would sit firmly as the emperor because of Yi Futian's presence. Nobody would be able to change this. Emperor Luo ended up like this. Who would still dare to touch Nandu? The earth-shattering voice echoed in the sky. In the imperial palace, the faces of the people from the Luo family turned pale, and there were even some who started to escape. Yi Futian landed on the ground. He stood beside Hua Jieyu, and Hua Jieyu held his hand. The two gripped each other's hand firmly and smiled at each other. Both of them could finally set their minds at rest. The problem in the Nanda nation which had been bothering them for a long time was finally over. Futian, thank you. Hua Jieyu's voice was as gentle as water. She knew that Yi Futian chose to forgive the Nanda clan and let her uncle become the emperor not because he had any special feelings towards the Nanda clan. Nanda Tai had treated him poorly, how could he have any affection for the Nanda clan? He did everything only because of his affection for her. Do you want to marry me in return? Yi Futian smiled and looked at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu blushed and widened her eyes at Yi Futian. This guy. Everything just ended and he is already starting to show his real self. No problem. Hua Jieyu gave a charming smile. I'll take it for real. Yi Futian also smiled. Beside them, Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin smiled as they looked at the two, after which they glanced at each other. In the eyes of the other, they could both see relief and joy. The two had really grown up and had surpassed them. To Hua Fenglu, Yi Futian was his disciple, and also his son-in-law. Yi Futian was no different from his own children. He recalled the scene when his life spirit was destroyed in Qingzhou, and Yi Futian carried him to Donghai. The two relied upon each other for life. Now, he felt that all bitterness had ended and sweetness had begun, as everything was over. At the moment, he only had one wish, that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu could be happy and safe for their whole life. He already had such an amazing daughter and son-in-law. What else could he ask for? Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao, Qian Shanmu, Qin Menrua, and Zhisong all looked at Yi Futian. They each had different expressions on their faces and all felt somewhat shocked. Although today's battle did not happen in the Eastern Barren territory, many people still witnessed it. From then on, nobody would question Yi Futian's combat abilities. Looking at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu who were standing together, Chu Yaoyao lowered her head slightly and felt a complicated emotion surging in her heart. Turning around quietly, Qin Li and the rest were ready to leave. When Qin Li passed by Zhisong, he smiled and said, "Together?" Zhisong looked at Qin Li, after which he nodded, "All right." Then the people from the Eastern Barren territory left the place one after another. Still, there were many people in the crowd who were staring at Yi Futian. Emperor Yi, Yi Danchen, Yi Lingxi, and Lin Yueyao were also here. Clearly, she would not miss the occasion. At the moment, she was smiling very brightly as she blessed the couple in her heart. Chapter 310, Let me help you measure it. Chapter 310, Let me help you measure it. A bright smile appeared on the faces of Gu Donglu, Shuiyi, and Luo Fan. He's indeed my junior. He has my style, Luo Fan said with his head held high. Shameless. Shui Yi looked at him in disgust and said, You? If little brother is at your level, he will defeat you with just one strike. Luo Fan looked at Shui Yi and said emotionlessly, Brother, this time sister allowed you to leave the mountain because of little brother. When you go back, you should stay there and cultivate. I plan to travel around the Eastern Barren Territory for a while before going back. Shui Yi widened his eyes at Luo Fan. Let's go, Gu Donglu said emotionlessly as he turned around. Luo Fan walked up and asked, Third brother, do we just leave like this? The issue here is settled, and little brother no longer needs us now. We'll let him have his own time here. Gu Donglu continued walking and left the place. With the nobles from ancient Luolan beside him, nothing would happen to Yi Futian. The people from the Eastern Barren Territory did not dare act so recklessly. Gu Donglu, Shui Yi, and Luo Fan's white clothes swayed in the air as they took their leave. Yi Futian glanced in that direction. He did not go there and also did not thank them. To him, the cottage disciples were all like his family members. However, at the moment, not all those who had stayed behind were happy. Many emperors from the 100 lands had come here to watch the battle. They all could not keep calm, especially those who had drunk and chatted with Emperor Luo. They felt very uneasy because Yi Futian had seen them that day. Now that the general situation had already been determined, they no longer had the chance to switch their position. A few emperors approached Yi Futian and lowered their heads respectfully. Mr. Yi, we're here to apologize. Yi Futian stared at them. Immediately, all the emperors trembled with fear. Looking at the scene, many people from the Nanda nation sighed in their hearts. Even emperors felt scared before Yi Futian. Later, go and find Emperor Yi and the Emperor of Nandu to discuss it, Yi Futian said, waving his hand. He did not have the time to deal with these people. That time, the emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like apologized and surrendered, but they betrayed him immediately after Luo Junlin returned. They even used Yi Lingxi and Yi Danchen as hostages. Therefore, Yi Futian was already not bothered with these emperors at the moment. Of course, these emperors had not done anything to him before. Otherwise, he would not choose to forgive them again, just like Emperor Chu. Seeing Yi Futian's cold look, the emperors nodded and said, yes. Then, they stepped back respectfully. They were also very emotional. He was such a young Dharma plane cultivator and yet his status was already above the emperors. Many strong nobles listened to his orders. Emperor Yi, Yi Wuchen, and Lu Feiyang walked up to Yi Futian. Uncle Yi. Do you need my help to handle the issues here? Emperor Yi said. That would be great, Yi Futian said, smiling. Emperor Yi had been an emperor for a while and would, therefore, be able to settle these issues easily. Meanwhile, he could teach Nanda Wenshan as well. On the other hand, Yi Futian could not bother to deal with these things. When are you going back? Lu Feiyang asked. After I finish handling everything here, Yi Futian said. All right. Now you already have powerful cultivators protecting you. I will stay here for a while and then go back to the Eastern Barren Territory first. Lu Feiyang smiled. Yi Futian nodded, after which he looked at the imperial palace. He then walked towards that direction. Next, they needed to put the imperial palace in good order. Yi Futian went to a courtyard in the palace. There, he saw Minister Zhua. You're finally here. Minister Zhua looked at Yi Futian. He stood up and said, please sit. Minister Zhua, you don't have to be so polite, Yi Futian said. Okay, Minister Zhua nodded. Do you blame me? That time, if he had not treated Yi Futian so well and even gave him the decree of the minister, many things would probably not have happened. Last time when I met the princess, I asked her to tell you that I do not blame you at all. Yi Futian shook his head. Minister Zhua, do you want to follow me to the Eastern Barren Territory? Minister Zhua shook his head. I do not belong there. Although I am an astrologer, I need to hide this ability. Otherwise, there is a high chance that I will die earlier. I will continue to stay at Nandu. Alright. Senior, can you continue to be a minister and help my uncle? Yi Futian said. Minister Zhuo was a minister and many courtiers were chosen by him. If he was willing to help, it would be much easier to organize the Nanda nation. Yes, I would serve him, Minister Zhuo nodded. Yi Futian folded his hands and said, Thank you, Minister Zhuo. Minister Zhuo stared at the handsome young man in front of him. Perhaps, even he himself did not know about his future. The Nanda nation faced a major reorganization. In the Nanda nation imperial city, Yi Futian's name spread to all the restaurants, inns, and any place where there were people. In just one day, everyone knew about him. However, just when everyone was discussing Yi Futian, he and Hua Jieyu left the place quietly. Even his master, masteress, and Yu Xing did not know about it. Of course, the Lulan Silver Snow Guards were still following them and protecting them secretly. The East Sea was extremely vast. There were ships sailing in the boundless sea. They appeared to be particularly tiny and lonely in the sea, especially when it was nighttime. At the moment, in the sky above the East Sea, a demon was flapping its wings and flying forward. The first light of the morning could already be seen. In the distant horizon, a trace of red light appeared and shone onto the sea. Immediately, the East Sea turned golden. Such a beautiful sunrise. On the back of the demon, a charming lady was folding her legs casually, and her body formed a gentle curve. Under the radiance of the first light of dawn, she looked like an elegant fairy, and nobody would have any evil thoughts upon seeing her. However, suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed her slim waist from behind. If anyone else saw the scene, the person would certainly die of envy. Indeed, it's beautiful but not as beautiful as you, Yi Futian said, smiling. Hua Jieyu glanced at him with a passionate look. Are we there already? Hua Jieyu asked softly. Yup, should be reaching soon, Yi Futian nodded. The red sun ascended into the sky slowly and the sea started glistening, producing a fascinating view. In the distance, an island city could roughly be seen. That was the city of Qingzhou. It was Yi Futian's hometown, and also where the two of them met and fell in love. Now that all the problems of Kangyi had been settled, Yi Futian wanted to go back to Qingzhou and take a look. He wanted to try his luck at his house to see whether his father had returned. The black-winged condor sped up and brought the two across the East Sea. It reached the shore and without stopping, it headed towards the city of Qingzhou directly. This island city was peaceful as usual. Every day, it had its own stories. After the monster tide that year, the city was slowly regaining its vitality as well. Since the Yi house was rebuilt, it still looked quite stylish. When Yi Futian arrived and saw the state of the Yi house, a strange expression appeared on his face. Could it be that my bastard father is really back? The black-winged condor landed in front of the house. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walked towards the house and the guard outside was shocked by their appearances. At the moment, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were already no longer the young teenagers they once were. That time, although they were already good-looking, their auras were far weaker than now. Their looks alone were already telling everyone else that they were extraordinary. Furthermore, the demon had a very sharp look. It must be a powerful one. Mr. and Miss, may I know who you are looking for? The guard asked. Are the people from the Yi house back? Yi Futian asked. You are referring to Yi Baichuan's family, right? They have already been missing for a few years. My master rebuilt this place, the guard said. Feng house? Yi Futian asked. Yes. Do you know my master? Do you need me to inform the people inside? The guard said politely. Is Uncle Feng inside? Yi Futian asked. Nope. The lady stays here, the guard said. A strange look appeared on Yi Futian's face. It's actually that girl. Never mind then, Yi Futian said, smiling. He grabbed Hua Jieyu's hand and turned around. Don't you want to meet her? Hua Jieyu smiled and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian pinched Hua Jieyu's hand. This fox is actually teasing me. Are you just going to leave like this? Behind them, a voice spread out suddenly. Yi Futian turned around and saw a charming figure running out of the house. Feng Qingxue was already 19 this year. Standing gracefully at her spot, she looked even prettier and her body was tall and sexy. Seeing her, Yi Futian smiled and said, Qingxue, you have grown taller. Feng Qingxue looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian was already more mature and also more handsome. On the other hand, the girl who was once a legend in Qingzhou Academy was also more attractive and stunning at the moment. Then am I more beautiful as well? Feng Qingxue smiled. Unlike in the past, she already knew how to control her emotions now. Yes, much prettier, Yi Futian said, smiling. Feng Qingxue gave a sweet smile and asked again, are you still cultivating in Donghai Academy? Nope. Yi Futian shook his head. Last time when he came here with Minister Zhua, he was still a disciple of Donghai Academy. Then where are you cultivating? Next time, if I have the chance, maybe I will go and find you, Feng Qingxue asked, smiling. Sure. I am cultivating in the college cottage in the Eastern Barren Territory, Yi Futian replied. Hua Jieyu sighed in her heart. She could clearly see the emotions in Feng Qingxue's eyes. However, she probably did not know what the college cottage meant. I'll take note of that, Hua Qingxue nodded. At the moment, she had not realized that this was probably a place that she would never be able to go. After a few days, there would be news from Donghai City. It would be hard to imagine how she would feel after knowing the truth. I'll leave now, Yi Futian said. Okay. Bye. Feng Qingxue nodded. Help me to say hello to Uncle Feng. Yi Futian waved his hand at Feng Qingxue. Then, he grabbed Hua Jieyu's hand and returned to the back of the black-winged condor. The black-winged condor flapped its wings and flew off into the distance very quickly. Feng Qingxue still stood at her spot and gazed blankly at the slowly disappearing figure. The encounter was plain and simple, but she was still somewhat sad. In the sky, on the back of the black-winged condor, Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian and asked softly, do you miss her? Seeing Hua Jieyu's mischievous look, Yi Futian smiled and nodded, of course. Her body shape was good last time, and it is even better now. Have you noticed how long her legs are? Hua Jieyu blinked her eyes. Then, she widened her eyes at him looking displeased. Sitting down, she extended her legs that were crossed. A pair of slim and tender legs were presented in front of Yi Futian just like this. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled and he said, Fox, let me help you to measure it. As he spoke, he put his hands on her legs. The soft legs were very elastic and felt extremely good. Go away. Hua Jieyu kicked him gently and quickly moved her legs away, her face turning red. Chapter 311, Lin Qiu. Chapter 311, Lin Qiu. Qingzhou Academy was vibrant with many youthful disciples. Today, Qingzhou Academy appeared to be exceptionally busy, because it was the day of the spring quarter examination. The disciples of the academy had gathered together for the examination, and the heads of the School of Martial Arts and School of Sorcery had also arrived. At the moment, Qingzhou Academy was particularly lively. The city lord of Qingzhou, Qin Shuai, was also here, along with many other high officials of the city. Qin Shuai's daughter, Qin Yi, was now sitting beside him. She watched as the young teenagers in the gymnasium displayed their talents and powers. Qin Yi was already 20 years old. Her body, which was already extremely sexy in the past, was becoming even more attractive. She was still teaching in Qingzhou Academy and was a goddess in the hearts of many disciples. Of course, at the moment, she already had a boyfriend. He was Lin Qiu, the most talented disciple of Qingzhou Academy over many years. He was also the direct disciple of the headmaster Gu Mu. At the moment, Lin Qiu was sitting beside Qin Yi and Qin Shuai. The two did look like a suitable match. Nowadays there are more and more geniuses here. Qin Shuai smiled as he looked at the battle platform. Beside him, the master of House of Swordsmen, Leng Qingfeng, smiled and said, "Yup. Qingzhou Academy was badly damaged after the monster tide that year, but the young generations of Qingzhou all started cultivating harder after that. Furthermore, Lin Qiu's talents have also encouraged many." Lin Qiu was just over 20 and had already entered the Dharma plane. In Qingzhou, this was definitely considered as extremely amazing and his talents were outstanding. After all, he has been to the outside world, the Lord of the Metal Pavilion said, smiling. Our Qingzhou Academy has not had such an excellent disciple before, right? Qin Shuai's eyes sparkled. Have we not had such an excellent disciple? Smiling, he shook his head and did not say anything. However, two figures appeared in his mind uncontrollably. If they did not leave the academy, they would have become legends of the academy long ago. Of course, they were not meant to be bounded to Qingzhou anyway. General Qin, when will Lin Qiu and Qin Yi be getting married? The Lord of the Metal Pavilion asked, smiling. I'm not in charge of this. You should ask them about their own opinions. Qin Shuai smiled, while Lin Qiu looked at Qin Yi. There's no need to hurry. I will serve father for a few more years and will not get married so early, Qin Yi said, smiling. Everyone nodded and did not say anything. The spring quarter examination continued and the academy was very lively. Suddenly, a demon flew past the sky above Qingzhou Academy. It flew towards a particular place in the academy while descending from the sky. Many people noticed the scene. They raised their heads to look at the demon one after another and a strange expression appeared on their faces. There's someone on the back of the demon, someone said. The few pavilion lords of Qingzhou Academy squinted as they stared at the diving black-winged condor, wondering about the identity of the people on top. The demon in the sky was, of course, the black-winged condor which was carrying Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. It landed in a certain courtyard. The courtyard looked somewhat deserted and was uninhabited. It was the place where Hua Fenglu and Hua Jieyu used to live. It was here that Yi Futian once had many warm memories. The two landed on the ground and felt very emotional upon seeing the dilapidated courtyard. Hua Jieyu took a step forward. The stairs and rooms were all filled with dust. She wanted to go in but ultimately stopped. Turning around, she smiled and said, "Let's go." She was only here to take a look. Okay, Yi Futian nodded. Today, Qingzhou Academy seemed to be particularly lively as the spring quarter examination was being held. They should have been noticed by many just now. The two stepped onto the black-winged condor and were ready to leave. However, suddenly, many people ran to them. Seeing Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, they were clearly stunned momentarily. Yi Futian. The look from Leng Qingfeng, the master of the House of Swordsmen, froze. 2 years ago, Yi Futian had returned here once together with Minister Zhua. Today when he returned again, he was even more mature and handsome. However, he heard the news from Donghai City that Yi Futian was wanted by Nandu. He was unsure about how the situation was like at the moment. Hua Jieyu was back as well. The lady who was once a legend in Qingzhou Academy already had a stunningly attractive look now. Senior, how have you been? Yi Futian said, smiling. Yi Futian, today the spring quarter examination is being held in Qingzhou Academy. Why not you go there and help to teach your juniors? Leng Qingfeng invited. He was not very clear about what happened in Nandu, but he knew that Yi Futian, a former disciple of Qingzhou Academy, had amazing talent. No, thank you. Yi Futian shook his head. Although he had some memories in Qingzhou Academy, he did not have much emotion towards it. General Qin is also there. Ling Qingfeng knew that Yi Futian had a good relationship with Qin Shuai and Qin Yi. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu held his hand and smiling, she said, "Let's go and meet General Qin." "All right then," Yi Futian nodded. "Let's go." Ling Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Then, the group walked down the slope and arrived at the gymnasium. When the people in the vast gymnasium saw Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, many froze. Although the younger ones did not know them, many teachers and disciples of Qingzhou Academy did. Qin Yi was stunned for a while. Then, she dashed out and approached Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. She looked at the two and a bright smile appeared on her face. Then, she said to Yi Futian, "Hey! Shouldn't you come and visit me first after returning? Am I not here already?" Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Qin Yi looked at Hua Jieyu again. Smiling, she said, "It seems that you have gotten yourself a beautiful girlfriend. It's no wonder that you have forgotten to visit me. Am I the kind of person that values gals over pals?" Yi Futian said softly. "Humph." Qin Yi smiled and glanced at him. "Let's go and meet General Qin." Yi Futian held Hua Jieyu's hand and walked to the main seats. Qin Shuai stood up to welcome them. After the news from Donghai City, he had always been very worried about Yi Futian. Seeing that the two were well and so outstanding now, he also put his mind at ease. That time, if it was not because of Yi Futian, he and Qin Yi would certainly have a miserable life. "General Qin," Yi Futian shouted, smiling. Qin Shuai patted on his shoulder and said, "Futian, come and sit beside me." "Sure." Yi Futian nodded and sat beside Qin Shuai. Hua Jieyu sat beside Yi Futian, while Qin Yi sat on the other side of Qin Shuai. Below them, Lin Qiu's eyes sparkled. He had heard about Yi Futian before but did not know much. After all, in the island city of Qingzhou, there was limited news that he could receive. At most, he would hear some news from Donghai City. When he saw Hua Jieyu walking towards him, he was immediately stunned. There was actually such a beautiful lady in the world, and moreover, she had cultivated in Qingzhou Academy in the past. If he also started cultivating in Qingzhou Academy a few years earlier. "I heard some bad news from Donghai City about you. Are you okay now?" Qin Shuai asked in a serious tone. "I have solved them all," Yi Futian said, smiling. "That's great," Qin Shuai nodded. "In the future, if you are free, come back more often. Qin Yi also talks about you every now and then." "Did I?" Qin Yi widened her eyes at Qin Shuai. Who would betray his daughter like this? "I also miss Senior sometime. I miss the days when you were teaching me how to cultivate during lectures," Yi Futian said, smiling. "How many lessons have you attended?" Qin Yi stared at Yi Futian in despise. "You can continue pretending." "Air." Yi Futian gave a dry laugh. "Did I not attend any?" Hua Jieyu also gave a charming smile. He was really thick-skinned. Suddenly, Lin Qiu turned around and looked at Yi Futian. Smiling, he said, "I am Lin Qiu, Qin Yi's boyfriend. Qin Yi mentions about you often, and today I finally managed to see you in person. Indeed, you are extraordinary." Yi Futian blinked and smiled. "I am Yi Futian. I'm really jealous of you. Senior Qin is the goddess in my heart. Now you have managed to get her." "Yes, lucky indeed," Lin Qiu said, smiling. He glanced at Hua Jieyu who was beside Yi Futian and criticized in his heart how hypocritical Yi Futian was. Yi Futian's girlfriend had such an outstanding look, and yet he said that he was jealous of Lin Qiu. Ha! In the past, he also thought that he was lucky. Qin Yi was, after all, the goddess in the hearts of many disciples of Qingzhou Academy. She was sexy and pretty. However, after seeing Hua Jieyu, he felt that he was in fact not that lucky. "You can continue," a pavilion lord said to the disciples of the academy. The young teenagers of the academy stopped looking at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu and continued their examination. Seeing the lively, friendly competition between the young disciples, Yi Futian recalled the fall quarter examination that he once participated. Qin Shuai smiled and asked, "What do you think?" "Not bad," Yi Futian nodded. "However, you should encourage the disciples to go out and see the world outside for themselves. Only when one had traveled to the outside world would one know how small the city of Qingzhou was." In the past, his master Hua Fenglu was in the Arcana plane. Even though his life spirit was destroyed, he was still the strongest person in Qingzhou. Even the headmaster was only at the peak of the Dharma plane. There was such a huge difference between the isolated island city and the outside world. Yi Futian and Qin Shuai chatted casually. Of course, most of the time he was chatting with Qin Yi. Slowly, the spring quarter examination was also nearing its end. An elder announced the names of those who would be officially accepted, as well as the ranking of the examination. Many disciples of the academy danced with excitement. Looking at them, Yi Futian seemed to have seen his young self. Noticing the end of the spring quarter examination, Ling Qingfeng smiled and said, "Futian, do you want to go and say something?" "No, it's fine." Yi Futian shook his head gently. He had no intention to be in the spotlight. "Lin Qiu, go and say something," Ling Qingfeng said. Lin Qiu nodded, after which he walked onto the gymnasium and said, "Today, I feel very happy to witness the talents of all the juniors during the spring quarter examination." Chapter 312, Conflict. Chapter 312, Conflict. Lin Qiu did this obviously because he was somewhat unhappy. After Yi Futian appeared, he noticed the attitudes of Qin Shuai, Qin Yi, and Ling Qingfeng. Qin Shuai looked as though he really wished that Yi Futian would be his future son-in-law instead. Even his girlfriend Qin Yi was extremely warm towards Yi Futian. Qin Yi was not so active when she was with Lin Qiu, until now he had not touched her hands. He was even thinking if there was something going on between the two. Even the master of the House of Swordsmen, Ling Qingfeng, treated Yi Futian in a very different manner. Was Qin Yi's boyfriend him, Lin Qiu, or Yi Futian, after all? Was the most genius person from Qingzhou Academy him or Yi Futian? Of course, there was another important reason. Yi Futian's girlfriend was actually such a beauty. He had never seen such an attractive lady before. As the genius of Qingzhou Academy, he had been to the outside world when he was young. After his return, he became the disciple of Gumu, the strongest person of Qingzhou. He was a talented mandate sorcerer himself and had entered the Dharma plane. Naturally, Lin Qiu would feel somewhat arrogant. He was extremely unhappy about what happened after Yi Futian arrived. Therefore, he clearly had to prove certain things. Hearing his words, the disciples of Qingzhou Academy all started to get excited. Even the young disciples of Qingzhou Academy were only a few years younger than Yi Futian and had heard about his name. They really wanted to see how outstanding Yi Futian was at the moment and whether he could be compared to their genius senior Lin Qiu. "Lin Qiu, what are you doing?" Qin Yi was unhappy. She could naturally see that Lin Qiu wanted to compete with Yi Futian, maybe because their attitudes had caused Lin Qiu to be displeased. However, what was their relationship with Yi Futian? She and Yi Futian knew each other well in the academy long ago. That time, her father was disabled and many people of Qingzhou Academy all looked at her with much contempt. On the other hand, their enemy, the Murong family, was flushed with success and obtained the position of the city lord. Who dared to stand out to make sure that justice was served? Yi Futian broke into Qingzhou Academy alone and killed the then mighty Murong Qiu, after which he escaped. After he returned, he eliminated the Murong family and allowed her father to become the city lord. Because of all these, her family was able to reach where it stood today. Did she need to consider Lin Qiu's feelings before deciding how she and her father should treat Yi Futian? That would be too unfair to him. She had told Lin Qiu before about the things regarding Yi Futian and her father. If Lin Xiu really loved her, he would be able to understand her and should not try to compete with Yi Futian. Lin Xiu frowned. His usually gentle girlfriend Qin Yi actually blamed him openly because of Yi Futian. This obviously caused him to be even more unhappy. Is she trying to protect Yi Futian? Xiao Yi, I only wanted Brother Yi to display his talents in front of the juniors to encourage them. I'm doing nothing else, Lin Xiu said, smiling. How should he display it? Qin Yi said in an unhappy tone. Yi Futian already said that he did not want to go. Lin Xiu said this directly before obtaining Yi Futian's permission, and this was clearly very disrespectful. How could Yi Futian not know what he was trying to do? How about have a friendly fight with me? Lin Xiu said emotionlessly. Then, he looked at Yi Futian directly and asked, Brother Yi, what do you think? Yi Futian found it both funny and annoying. Glancing at Qin Yi, he said, my talents are only ordinary and I obviously cannot beat you. I admit defeat. How could he go and beat Lin Xiu, Qin Yi's boyfriend? After all, he had to give some face to his senior. Furthermore, it was really an uninteresting thing to compete with someone from Qingzhou. Brother Yi, how can you belittle yourself like this? We'll stop immediately after the winner has emerged. Yi Futian was not interested, but Lin Xiu did not want to give up. Does he want to avoid the battle by just speaking? Lin Xiu, this is too much. Qin Yi stood up and her tone was very cold. Yi Futian was already like this, and yet he was actually so aggressive. Did he think that Yi Futian was really weaker than him? Lin Xiu frowned and looked at Qin Yi. His look also turned somewhat cold. Who was he? He was the most talented young man of Qingzhou and the direct disciple of the headmaster. Furthermore, he knew that a few days ago, his master had already entered the Arcana Plain. Even among the many island cities of the East Sea, only a few could be compared to his master, not to mention Qingzhou. Even if he was to go to Donghai City, he would still be considered as a powerful cultivator. He had once cultivated in Donghai City as well. Qin Yi scolded him openly for another man. It's none of your business, Lin Xiu replied emotionlessly. Qin Yi froze at her spot immediately. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward at once. During the spring quarter examination, a conflict actually erupted between the perfect match, Lin Xiu and Qin Yi, in the eyes of everyone from Qingzhou Academy. Although this was normal for a couple in love, it was quite serious under such a circumstance. Qin Shuai looked at Lin Xiu. In the past, he was the general of the Dark Kailan Knighthood. Seeing Lin Xiu's attitude, he said, Qin Yi, I think you can forget about continuing the relationship with him. Yup. Qin Yi nodded gently. It seemed that they still did not understand each other well enough. Moreover, they did not have strong feelings for one another. She accepted Lin Xiu as her boyfriend only because she was already over 20. In a small city such as Qingzhou, ladies of her age would usually be engaged. Lin Xiu was indeed considered exceptionally outstanding in Qingzhou, and furthermore, his master was the headmaster Gumu. Everyone thought that they were suitable for each other, and therefore she wanted to try being together with him. However, in reality, she did not have strong feelings towards him. Lin Xiu wanted to chase her probably because her identity and appearance were suitable for him as well. Both of them only found the other merely suitable. Lin Xiu, from now on, there will be no relationship between the two of us, Qin Yi said, looking at Lin Xiu. The whole place fell into a deafening silence. Qin Yi wanted to break up with Lin Xiu, and she announced this before everyone. Since Lin Xiu tried to provoke Yi Futian, Qin Yi would not be in a difficult position only by ending the relationship with him. In this way, whatever Lin Xiu wanted to do would be irrelevant to her. Yi Futian similarly would not be in a difficult position to respond. Yi Futian gave a bitter smile. He did not expect his appearance to cause Qin Yi to break up, but from this incident, it was clear that Lin Xiu and Qin Yi were only reluctantly together. Thus, it was also good that they could realize this. Hua Jieyu held Yi Futian's hand gently and glanced at him. She was glad that they really loved each other. Are you sure? Lin Qiu's handsome face looked somewhat gloomy at the moment. Yes, Qin Yi said. Ha! Lin Qiu sneered. Then, he glanced at Yi Futian and said, could it be that there is something between the two of you? How dare you? Qin Shuai shouted coldly. Lin Qiu was clearly referring to something and was actually trying to ruin Qin Yi's reputation. Qin Yi also did not expect Lin Qiu to say something so shameless. Her face turned very black. She looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu in apology and felt that she had been wronged. Yi Futian also squinted. It was all right for them to break up because of a conflict, and he could ignore Lin Qiu's provocation as well. However, Lin Qiu actually wanted to ruin Qin Yi's reputation before everyone. Lin Qiu, stop talking, Lin Qingfeng said. Go down. Lin Qiu ignored him. Smiling, he looked at Qin Shuai and said, General Qin, why are you so agitated? You and Yi Futian seem to be very close. Have you ever wanted him to be your son-in-law? Ha, he is but a garbage city lord. So what if he rebuilt the Black Kylan knighthood? His master was a real Arcana Plane cultivator and had a very high status. Take him down, Qin Shuai said coldly. Yes. Behind Qin Shuai, several cultivators in black armor walked forward. However, suddenly, someone said, General Qin, what are you doing? As the voice diminished, a figure walked over. It was Gu Mu, the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy. Headmaster, Lin Qiu said something very inappropriate. I was helping you to discipline him, Qin Shuai said. I will discipline my own disciple. General Qin, you should not be troubled with that, Gu Mu said emotionlessly. Qin Shuai frowned and said, Headmaster, how do you plan to discipline him? Of course I will teach him to speak carefully next time. Gu Mu looked at Lin Qiu and said, you should not have spoken so inappropriately on such an occasion. Master, I am wrong. Lin Qiu bowed at Gu Mu. He could naturally tell that his master was trying to protect him. That's it. Qin Shuai's face darkened. General Qin, what do you want then? Gu Mu said emotionlessly. Qin Yi said openly that she would break up with Lin Qiu. Shouldn't she consider Lin Qiu's feelings as well? It is inevitable that Lin Qiu spoke so impulsively. Gu Mu had been cultivating over the years and was disconnected from the outside world. He was very emotionally affected by the events during that time. Finally, he had managed to enter the Arcana Plane a few days ago. After entering the Arcana Plane, his mentality also changed. He treated Qin Yi quite well and was happy that Lin Qiu was with her. However, Qin Yi did not give his disciple any face because of Yi Futian. Did she even care about his existence? That time, Hua Fenglu had a high status in Qingzhou, and his disciple behaved very arrogantly in Qingzhou Academy. Now, Hua Fenglu had already been disabled, and Gu Mu was in the Arcana Plane. How could he allow Hua Fenglu's disciple and daughter to suppress his disciple? A strange expression appeared on the faces of many. A conflict actually broke out between the headmaster and General Qin. Gu Mu turned his head and ignored Qin Shuai's expression. He looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Then, he asked Hua Jieyu, how is your father now? Hua Jieyu looked at Gu Mu but did not reply. My master is, of course, doing very well. Beside her, Yi Futian smiled. I have not seen him for very long. If he ever returns to Qingzhou, I would like to have a friendly fight with him, Gu Mu said. Headmaster, you managed to break through? A pavilion lord of Qingzhou Academy asked. Yup. I have entered the Arcana Plane. Gu Mu nodded. Immediately, the place turned completely to silence. Qin Shuai's face turned very black and he finally understood why Gu Mu's attitude had turned so domineering. It turned out that he had entered the Arcana Plane. I don't think you will have that chance. Yi Futian looked at Gu Mu with a faint smile on his face. He looked really confident after entering the Arcana plane. Is it? Gu Mu said emotionlessly. Since I won't have that chance, how about you and Lin Qiu have a friendly fight since you are both here? Lin Qiu stared at Yi Futian. Everything seemed to have returned to its original state. He's too weak. Yi Futian, however, did not look at Lin Qiu. He said directly to Gu Mu, how about you give it a try instead? P.S. I saw many questions about why Qingzhou was so closed. When I was introducing the city of Qingzhou, I wrote that it was an unrolled island city and had little contact with the outside world. Hua Fenglu was the strongest person even though he was only in the Arcana plane and had suffered a severe injury. Also, not many people knew that he was known as the Guqin Devil. Even Donghai Academy in Donghai City was a legend, not to mention places even further away. The Tingfeng banquet in the Imperial City caused at most a short wave of excitement in Donghai, so they wouldn't know about the changes in the rulers so quickly. Yi Futian went to Qingzhou right after everything ended, so the news obviously would not spread that fast. Chapter 313, End of the Nanda Nation. Chapter 313, End of the Nanda Nation. Yi Futian's words caused everyone in the vast space to stare at him. They were all stunned. Did he ask the headmaster Gu Mu to fight him? The headmaster already said that he had entered the Arcana plane not long ago. With such a level, he could be considered a legend in Qingzhou. How old was Yi Futian? It was said that he started cultivating at the age of 15, and now he had only been cultivating for 3 to 4 years. He was simply mad. Many people in Qingzhou Academy did not like Yi Futian. Hearing his words, their faces turned cold. He was indeed as supercilious as before. Actually, Yi Futian also felt quite speechless. Was he so incompatible with Qingzhou Academy? When he participated in the fall quarter examination for the first time, he ranked first for the written test. In the fighting test, he wanted Yu Sheng to get first, but in the end, Murong Qiu got it because of the relationship between the Pavilion Lord of the Earth Pavilion and the leader of the Murong family. This caused many subsequent disturbances, and he also left Qingzhou Academy because of this. Now when he returned, Gu Mu had entered the Arcana plane and was very arrogant. Did he want to fight with Yi Futian's master? He also asked his disciple to fight with Yi Futian. It was already obvious what he was trying to do. Idiot. In the gymnasium below, Lin Qiu said to Yi Futian, you should look at the situation first before trying to show off. What are you? How do you dare to talk to my master like this? This was Qingzhou Academy after all, and his master was the headmaster. Even though Yi Futian was no longer wanted by Nandu, he was really an idiot to behave so arrogantly in front of the Arcana Plane headmaster in Qingzhou Academy itself. Yi Futian glanced at Lin Qiu and then said to Gu Mu, since you do not know how to discipline your disciple, I'll help you. After he finished speaking, he stepped out in the air and walked towards Lin Qiu. Dharma Plane. The looks from countless people in Qingzhou Academy froze. Only Dharma Plane cultivators could walk in the air without using any wind elemental spells. Clearly, Yi Futian was also in the Dharma Plane. He was such a young Dharma Plane cultivator. Furthermore, he was a mandate sorcerer. Lin Qiu also frowned. Yi Futian was actually also in the Dharma Plane. This caused his face to darken. He was weaker in terms of cultivation talents. Lin Qiu released his Dharma Plane aura. Since Yi Futian was also in the Dharma Plane, he could only prove himself by defeating Yi Futian. Following a splashing sound, many sky vines that covered the entire sky swept towards Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu wanted to avoid them, but the vines were everywhere and he could not escape at all. Flames erupted from Lin Qiu and a flaming bird Dharma actually appeared, trying to burn the vines away. However, the vines glittered with red light and survived the flames. They wound around Lin Qiu's body firmly and tied him in the air directly. Air. Seeing the scene, the disciples of Qingzhou Academy all turned speechless. Was this their most talented senior Lin Qiu? He actually could not even withstand a hit from Yi Futian. You were jealous over a trivial matter, and then humiliated the lady whom you once pursued. I think you should just be an ordinary person, Yi Futian said casually, causing many to tremble. Was Yi Futian going to permanently destroy Lin Qiu's foundations? How dare you? Lin Qiu's expression immediately changed as he stared firmly at Yi Futian. Many sharp blades formed from the vines and pierced into Lin Qiu's body. With his character, it was very likely that Lin Qiu would avenge Qin Yi in the future. Thus, Yi Futian would rather be the bad guy. Anyway, it was not the first time that he acted as the bad guy in Qingzhou Academy. Master, save me, Lin Qiu cried miserably and stared at his master with a horrified expression. Gu Mu's face turned extremely gloomy. A mighty arcana plane aura erupted from him and he said coldly, "Let him go. I said that since you do not want to discipline him, I'll help you do so." Yi Futian glanced at Gu Mu. You are really daring. Gu Mu continued releasing his arcana plane aura and his face darkened. He did not expect Yi Futian to actually be so strong. However, he still could not tolerate Yi Futian behaving so arrogantly in Qingzhou Academy. Sword chi whizzed in the air and a frightening might engulfed the gymnasium. Gu Mu stepped forward and charged towards Yi Futian directly, bring along a terrifying sword will. Headmaster, show mercy. Leng Qingfeng also did not expect the event to go in such a direction. If he knew this earlier, he would not have invited Yi Futian to come and watch the spring quarter examination. With an endless might, Gu Mu's sword charged towards Yi Futian like a bolt of lightning. How could he stop now? However, Yi Futian only stared coldly at Gu Mu. It seemed that there was a reason for the fall of Qingzhou Academy. As the disciple of Gu Mu, Lin Qiu behaved in such a way. Instead of punishing him, Gu Mu only flaunted his superiority as an arcana plane cultivator. How could anyone under his teaching become outstanding? Since this was the case, Yi Futian could only solve the problem of Qingzhou Academy on the fundamental level. You wanna die? Lin Qiu stared at Yi Futian firmly with a ferocious look. The sharp blades from the vines pierced into his body and he gave out a miserable cry again. Yi Futian looked at him emotionlessly. Idiot! Yi Futian! Gu Mu arrived with an appalling sword will. Suddenly, a noble will enveloped Yi Futian and his white shirt started to sway in the air. Looking at the incoming sword, he raised his hand and punched in the air. A monstrous lightning dragon actually appeared and the howls of dragons filled the place. Even the color of the sky changed as the dragon penetrated through the sword chi and charged towards Gu Mu. Gu Mu's sword will collapsed wildly. Feeling the frightening, noble-like might, his heart trembled fiercely. How could this be? Countless people froze as they gazed firmly at the scene in the sky. The lightning dragon destroyed everything in its path and its huge head appeared in front of Gu Mu. It opened its ferocious mouth and bit towards him. Gu Mu's body glittered with lightning. He gave an angry roar and struck out his arcana sword. However, the lightning dragon moved forward with a crushing force and engulfed his sword directly. Then, its monstrous teeth gripped onto his body. An extremely astonishing scene appeared in the sky. Yi Futian reached out his hand and released a shocking lightning dragon which bit Gu Mu directly. Leng Qingfeng stood up and could not stop trembling. It was as if everything had returned to the day when Yi Futian participated in the fall quarter examination when he used the hand of the dragon. Even time seemed to have stopped. The Qingzhou Academy Gymnasium was in a deafening silence as all the disciples looked at the scene in astonishment. The headmaster Gu Mu, an arcana plane cultivator, could similarly not even withstand a hit from Yi Futian. This overturned their knowledge about cultivation. Could any person's talents really be so strong? No, no. Lin Qiu watched the scene in desperation, and his face turned very pale. His master, an arcana plane cultivator, actually could not even take a single blow from Yi Futian. This caused him to feel extremely scared and helpless. Just now when he saw Hua Jieyu, he thought that Yi Futian was very lucky. He believed that his talents were no weaker than Yi Futian, hence he was jealous and the subsequent events followed. All the pavilion lords of Qingzhou Academy stood up one after another and their hearts raced wildly. The scene was really too astounding. Nobody expected the young man who had left a few years ago to already be so shockingly strong at the moment. Your disciple was wrong. Instead of punishing him, you actually allowed him to act freely. Since this is the case, you'll follow him together. As Yi Futian finished speaking, the lightning dragon howled fiercely and an endless amount of lightning penetrated Gu Mu's body directly, causing him to glitter with radiance. Gu Mu cried in pain as the lightning dragon brought his body onto the ground. Accompanying a dragon howl, the lightning dragon disappeared, but Gu Mu lied miserably on the ground like a dead body. Actually, Yi Futian would not have done this just because of the incidents today. However, during that time when Xia Fan was flaunting his superiority and disabled General Qin, and when the Murong family was in power, Gu Mu, the head of the Holy Land of Cultivation in Qingzhou, never once stepped out and said anything. He did not deserve to be in this position. Today, just because he had entered the Arcana Plane, he was so supercilious. His disciple tried to ruin Qin Yi's reputation and yet he was so domineering towards General Qin. This caused Yi Futian to be totally enraged. Hence, this happened. Lin Qiu's face was as white as a sheet. He looked helplessly at his disabled master who was lying on the ground, and his heart was filled with coldness. Following a splashing sound, the vines carried his body and smashed him onto the ground. With a loud bang, he lied with his master, and his meridians were similarly destroyed. In the dead silence, someone in Qingzhou Academy suddenly said, Yi Futian, even though you hate Qingzhou Academy, this is really too much. The person was a trusted aide of the headmaster Gu Mu. Was it too much? In the past, maybe Yi Futian would not have done this. However, he had experienced too many things over the years. Luo Junlin relied on Hishiro's powers to deal with Kangyi, and they even tried to assassinate him. The 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like also betrayed him. Therefore, he knew much more about human nature. Gu Mu and Lin Qiu behaved like this. When he was here, he could still deal with them. However, what would happen after he left? If Gu Mu really hated them, he could do much evil before running away. If something were to happen to General Qin and Qin Yi, there would be nothing Yi Futian could do. Even if he was to kill Gu Mu by then, it would be meaningless. Master Leng, in the future you'll be the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy, Yi Futian said, looking at Leng Qingfeng. Leng Qingfeng had a good character and could sit well in this position. Leng Qingfeng felt very emotional. He also did not expect Yi Futian to actually be so powerful. However, Gu Mu was the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy after all and he was disabled by Yi Futian. If he was to become the headmaster, the people of the academy would probably not accept him after Yi Futian left. Someone very close to Gu Mu said, "We don't accept this." Who are you to decide on the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy? Yi Futian scanned the crowd coldly. Then, he shouted loudly, "Silver Snow Guard." Just as he finished speaking, the temperature in Qingzhou Academy seemed to fall immediately. In the sky, several figures stood proudly and their might enveloped the whole region. When their aura filled the place, the people from Qingzhou Academy all started trembling. The figures that had appeared in the sky were like the kings of the void. Yes, they roared simultaneously. Who does not accept my decision? Yi Futian said emotionlessly. Those who were not convinced looked at the people in the sky, and their hearts twitched. What level were these people? Even the emperor of the Nanda nation was determined by me. Why can't I determine the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy? Yi Futian seemed to have changed into another person altogether and was extremely dominating. Hearing his words, the people from Qingzhou Academy were all flabbergasted. Could Yi Futian determine the emperor of Nandu? Jieyu, Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu smiled and looked at him. Walking forward, she approached Yi Futian. The black-winged condor gave a long tweet and came before Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. General Qin, Senior, if you have any problems, you can go to Donghai Academy and find Yi Xiang, the headmaster. If he still can't solve it, you can go to the Nanda Nation Imperial Palace and look for the emperor, who is Jieyu's uncle. He will inform me about it. Yi Futian looked at Qin Shuai and Qin Yi. Smiling he said, I will take my leave now. Senior, take care. After he finished speaking, the black-winged condor extended its wings and flew into the sky. The nobles then followed them and left. In Qingzhou Academy, countless people gazed at the departing figures in the sky and could not remain calm. They would probably not forget about this in their entire life. This bastard. Qin Yi's eyes were slightly red. Why did he have to ask those nobles to show up before leaving? Obviously, she knew that it was all for her. A crystalline tear flew out from the corner of her eye, but her face was still filled with a bright smile. The once young juvenile had already turned into a fully grown eagle. The sky would no longer be able to bind him. Chapter 314, Teaching. Chapter 314, Teaching. When one was only slightly stronger than the rest, perhaps they would be jealous of one and not convinced by one. However, when one was so powerful that the rest did not even dare to be jealous, they could only look up at one in awe and respect. Yi Futian was precisely trying to leave such an impression in Qingzhou Academy. From then on, nobody would dare to disrespect General Qin and Qin Yi. In the end, he still did not manage to meet his family members, but he finally settled everything else here. In the 100 Lands, various emperors went to Kangyi and Nandu to send their congratulations. The emperors who had drunk and chatted with Emperor Luo all stated that they were willing to be absolutely obedient and accept all conditions. Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin spent a few days in the Nanda Nation Imperial Palace. Then, the group returned to the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian first sent Hua Jieyu back to the Moon Clan, after which they went to the Guqin Gardens of the Divine Capital. When Yi Futian and Yusheng finally returned to the cottage, more than a month had already passed since their departure. On Book Mountain, the cottage was peaceful and harmonious as always. Beside the bamboo forest, in front of the small huts. Little brother, you're back. Seeing Yi Futian, Beitang Xinger smiled gently. She had 2 lovely dimples on her cheeks. Yup. After 1 month, you have become more beautiful. Yi Futian smiled. Beitang Xinger was already used to it. Smiling, she said, sit down. You returned just in time for the meal. I'll go and call the 4th brother here. Next time I join any place, I will definitely be the youngest, someone sighed. Yi Futian smiled and looked at the 5th brother who was cooking. Then, he said, 5th brother, why didn't you spend a few more days outside the mountain? Luo Fan widened his eyes at Yi Futian who was rubbing his nose in it. At first, he planned to enjoy his time below the mountain. However, the 3rd brother actually said that without him, nobody would be here to cook for the 2nd sister. This is too miserable and inhuman. Luo Fan thought. Are you complaining? Suddenly, a gentle laughter was heard. The 2nd sister came out from the bamboo forest and smiled at Luo Fan. Sister, please sit. The dishes will be ready very soon. Immediately, Luo Fan was filled with enthusiasm and his lifeless look from just now was completely gone. Only then did the 2nd sister smiled in satisfaction. She looked at Yi Futian and said, little brother, you didn't bring Jieyu here? Sister, Jieyu went back to the Moon Clan, Yi Futian said. Okay. She can come whenever she is free, Zhuge Hui said, smiling. I heard them talking about your battle in Nandu. Even I regret not going to Nanda myself to watch it. Yi Futian scratched his head and said, obviously I cannot disgrace to the cottage. Yup. Finally, there is a decent brother in the cottage, Zhuge Hui said. Come here and sit. Luo Fan's face darkened. The face of Yi Shaoshi who was walking over was also wet with tears. That was the impression their senior had of them. Luo Fan and Beitang Xing'er finally returned. The meal was ready and the group sat in a circle. Yi Futian asked, where is the third brother? He went to cultivate, Beitang Xing'er replied. Yi Futian nodded gently. Suddenly, Zhuge Hui seemed to have thought about something and said, little brother, I heard from them that your martial arts are significantly stronger than your sorcery. Yup. Yi Futian nodded. He obtained the body-enhancing technique from Emperor Yi Qing and the art of the 9 heavenly attacks was passed to him from the snow ape. The spells that he had learned were not as strong, so naturally, he would be better in his martial arts. In fact, at a high level, there would be no particular advantage of being a sorcerer or martial arts cultivator. It depended on which area one was more talented at. For, go tell Zhong Su that little brother and Yu Sheng will be going to their training field later to cultivate, Zhuge Hui said to Shui Yi. Now? Shui Yi asked. What do you think? Zhuge Hui said, smiling. All right. Shui Yi put down his chopsticks, looking hurt. Then, he left the place. I have no human rights. I have not eaten yet. The difference in treatment. Thank you, sister. Yi Futian smiled brightly. The sister was really nice to him. Hearing Yi Futian's voice, Shui Yi sped up with tears in his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Suddenly, some footsteps approached. Yi Futian turned around and saw a cold-looking figure walking towards him. It was Luolan Shui, the virgin of ancient Luolan. However, to Yi Futian's bewilderment, the pure virgin Luolan Shui was actually holding a basin at the moment. In the basin, there were many pieces of washed clothes. Yi Futian choked on his rice. Cough, cough. Was this still the virgin of ancient Luolan, the cold beauty Luolan Shui? Luolan Shui glanced at Yi Futian and then said to Zhuge Hui, I'll go and dry the clothes in the sun. All right. After you're done, come and eat with us. Zhuge Hui nodded. Okay. Luolan Shui nodded gently, after which she walked towards the back of the bamboo forest. Beitang Xing'er looked at Yi Futian, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the past, she used to do all this. Little brother, what is it? Zhuge Hui asked Yi Futian, who was choking. Nothing. I ate too fast. Yi Futian lowered his head and continued to eat. Thinking about the imposing manner of the fourth and fifth brothers outside and the things that they had to do on the mountain, Yi Futian was gradually able to accept the truth. The cottage was a special place. It could not be judged in an ordinary way. Maybe, perhaps. Washing clothes is also a kind of cultivation. Eat slowly, the second sister said, smiling. Since she will become your servant, I'll help you teach her. Cough, cough. Hearing this, Yi Futian, who had lowered his head to eat, was choked again. His eyes turned red and he was almost moved to tears. Why was the sister so outstanding? After Luolan Shui hung the clothes, she returned and stood quietly at the side. Help little brother to fill his bowl first, the second sister said. Okay, Luolan Shui nodded. She looked at Yi Futian and extended her slim arms. Yi Futian passed his rice bowl to her. Luolan Shui filled the bowl with rice and passed it back to Yi Futian. Only then, the second sister said, sit and eat together. Luolan Shui sat down quietly beside Yi Futian. All this while, Yi Futian had been lowering his head and eating in silence. Little brother, eat more. Zhuge Hui smiled and helped Yi Futian to fill his bowl with meat. Then, she looked at Luolan Shui and said, little brother is so skinny. You should help him to take more meat. In the future, you'll do all these tiny things. Don't wait for someone else to tell you that. All right, Lulan Shui continued nodding. The gravity is so strong. Yi Futian stood in the canyon and felt that his footsteps were extremely heavy. Apart from that, the noble might coming from the enormous stone statues above him also made him feel like he could not even move a single step. This was indeed a good place to train their martial arts skills. Luolan Shui did not go down. She only stood at the edge of the canyon and watched in silence. Apart from her, many people at the edge of the training field looked at Yi Futian. Among them, someone with an outstanding temperament smiled and said, I heard that Yi Futian killed Luo Junlin, who was in the 2nd level of the Arcana plane when he was only in the 7th level Dharma plane. I wonder how strong Luo Junlin's combat abilities were. In any case, Yi Futian's combat power is certainly very strong indeed. Beside him, another young man smiled. Yup. Since this is the case, anyone on Mount Chong who is below the 2nd level of the Arcana plane can go and have a friendly fight with Yi Futian or Yu Sheng if you want to. There's no need to hesitate. The young man smiled. It was a rare chance to have 2 cottage disciples to help in their training. Chapter 315, Training Field Cultivation. Chapter 315, Training Field Cultivation. At the side of the field, more and more people gathered above the gorge. These were all disciples of Mount Chong that hurried over after receiving the news. There was a mountain above the training field with a building. That was the cultivation ground for Mountain Elder Zong Su. Right now, he stood at the edge of the mountain and looked down. The cottage had recommended Yi Futian to cultivate at Mount Chang's training field and he naturally agreed. This could motivate his disciples. Yi Futian obviously noticed all the people who'd arrived but he didn't care. He tried walking, running, and displaying his martial arts strength in the gorge. He realized that his every move was restricted. Horrible noble might and gravity weighed down. Each move became difficult. The training field was big. There were other cultivators present, all in different planes. Most were above the Arcana plane. It was difficult for someone of the Dharma plane to move here. There were also all sorts of weapons made of white stone here. If I can move naturally in this field, I will definitely have a breakthrough, Yi Futian thought. If he could reach a certain speed and strength under this pressure, what would he be like without the pressure? His abilities would soar. At that time, someone flew over and landed with a boom. A youth appeared before Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Duanlan, 8th level Dharma plane. I specialize in martial arts and would like to exchange experiences. The youth gazed at Yi Futian and issued a challenge. Countless eyes from above the gorge looked over. Someone had started already. Yi Futian, 7th level Dharma plane, Yi Futian said, smiling. He wouldn't refuse. Since the disciples of Mount Chong wanted to use him to train, he would use them too. Duanlan stepped back and then charged towards Yi Futian. Each step was extremely heavy and mighty. He soon started running. He seemed to contain horrible strength, filled with wildness. He punched, fist hurling towards Yi Futian with terrifying power. The might and gravity of the training field seemed to be working for him, melding into the powerful punch. His moves flowed like water, not affected at all. Clearly, he'd practiced here many times. A dragon and elephant roared above Yi Futian. Seeing the incoming attack, he stepped out and raised a fist, punching over. He wasn't used to the mightiness and gravity here, so his punch was a bit uncoordinated. It didn't affect his speed or power though. A true dragon and elephant seemed to burst from his fist. The 2 attacks crashed with a deafening boom. Then Duanlan's fist started shaking. With a grunt, he flew back, spitting out blood. So powerful. Duanlan stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had Emperor Yi Qing's body-enhancing technique, and the 3 life spirits were extremely large divine beasts. He was practically made of steel. One could imagine how powerful he was when adding in the dragon elephant roar. Boom! Another figure landed. It was Shan who climbed up Book Mountain with Yi Futian. He was now cultivating at Mount Chong. His burly body landed before Yu Sheng. I want to challenge you. Sure. Yu Sheng nodded. He sprinted forward, creating consecutive booms. Because of the pressure and gravity, his every step seemed extremely heavy, shaking the earth. This sound gave everyone pressure. He gradually sped up and landed explosively before Shan with a punch. Accompanied by a huge crash, Shan flew back. Many people trembled inwardly. Yu Sheng's strength was perverted. Many people challenged Yi Futian and Yu Sheng afterward, and the two defeated them all. They gradually became used to the gravity and their moves became smoother. A group of youths stood above the gorge. What do you think? The one in the center asked. Very strong, the youth beside him answered. Yi Futian must have cultivated a body-enhancing technique. He contains extreme power. Yu Sheng's burst power is even more terrifying. This is natural-born talent. His body-enhancing technique isn't any weaker. Yes. I heard that Yu Sheng once lifted and took away the demonic tripod in Chaoga. He probably cultivates the demonic method. The one in the center smiled. You should try. Okay. The one on the side nodded. He stepped out, walking in the air before landing in front of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. It's Xia Hochu. Everyone's eyes glistened. Xia Hochu was in the first-level Arcana plane but he specialized in strength. He was born with godly power and was a genius of Mount Chong, ranking in the top 5. He was also Mountain Elder Zong Su's personal disciple. Xia Hochu, first-level Arcana plane. I'm too used to this training field. You two can fight together. Yi Futian had killed Luo Junlin but this didn't affect Xia Hochu's confidence. They were fighting in the training field. Yu Sheng stepped forward, shaking the earth. He roared and shot into the air. His fists came down at Xia Hochu. Xia Hochu looked coldly at him. Power burst around him and he stepped forward as fast as lightning. He rushed at Yu Sheng and the two crashed in the air. With a boom, Yu Sheng flew back. He skidded backward after landing and almost fell. Xia Hochu landed steadily on his feet. Dark gold light gleamed on Yu Sheng's body. He seemed to have a layer of dark gold armor. Horrible demonic might bloomed, turning him into a demonic king. He started sprinting again. Xia Hochu wasn't intimidated. He also ran forward and they crashed again, creating continuous booms. Each crash was terrifyingly strong. Finally, they separated. Xia Hochu's hands trembled. He looked at Yu Sheng as if looking at an anomaly. Yu Sheng was covered in dark gold light as if a true demon had taken over. Xia Hochu turned and walked to where the weapons were. He took out a huge mace. It was made of white stone so it was entirely white. He dragged it across the ground, creating screeches. Looking at Yu Sheng, he said, "Go get a weapon too." Yu Sheng's hands radiated with terrifying dark gold light. He stepped forward. Instead of going to get a weapon, he ran towards Xia Hochu. Seeing this, Xia Hochu waved his mace. Wind roared. When Yu Sheng approached, Xia Hochu flew into the air and slammed the mace down, about to split the earth apart. Boom! Yu Sheng resisted the mace with his body. There was an earth-shaking force and he flew out. He crashed onto the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. But he didn't seem affected. He climbed up and wiped the blood away. Yi Futian frowned. He walked to the weapons and picked up a staff. It felt as if he picked up a mountain. The stone staff was long and felt like thousands of pounds. Yi Futian gripped it and yanked it up. He twirled it with difficulty. Now he understood why Xia Hochu could hurt Yu Sheng with one hit. The weapon was so heavy that it was shocking. If he could get used to it and fight with such large weapons, his power would be unimaginable. It's useless. You just got here so you can't be used to wielding such heavy weapons, Xia Hochu said. His confidence was understandable. He was used to the might and gravity of the training field, but Yu Sheng and Yi Futian had just arrived. Yi Futian ignored him. He pulled up the staff and started twirling it, going from slow to fast. His moves had a unique rhythm. It sped up bit by bit and felt like it was getting smoother. When the staff swept past, wind whistled around Yi Futian faster and faster. It gradually flowed like water. An extremely large force gathered above him. His noble intent bloomed. A subtle figure of the divine ape appeared. The air popped when the huge stone staff moved, stirring the clouds and wind. Yi Futian went to Xia Hochu, golden wings shining behind him. The world's might seemed to lie with him. Xia Hochu arched an eyebrow. He felt some pressure. A wild aura burst from him. His dharma was a huge demonic ox. When he saw Yi Futian fly over with shocking might, he roared and charged with his mace. The pressure was like a mountain. He burst out with extreme power. With a boom, the mace was shattered by the staff. The staff continued to sweep Xia Hochu's body. With a thud, he was flattened. Blood spurted out and many of his bones were broken. Various figures descended. They supported Xia Hochu and looked coldly at Yi Futian. One stepped out. Challenge. Do the disciples of Mount Chong like going in rounds? Yi Futian mocked coolly. Sorry, I will not accept now. You. The other stared coldly at him. I'll play with you all after I get used to this training field. Yi Futian turned to Yu Sheng. Let's go cultivate. Yu Sheng scanned them coolly and left with Yi Futian. Everyone trembled inwardly. Cottage disciples truly were terrifying. They'd just gotten here but defeated Xia Hochu in the Arcana plane, while only being in the 7th level Dharma plane. They would become even more frightening after they got used to the field. It took much time. Yi Futian exercised his physical body and strength. 2 months passed without them realizing. He and Yu Sheng could not overlook the gravity and pressure of the training field. Their strength had reached the limit. They could imagine how fast and strong they would be outside the training field. Chapter 316, The Giant with Innate Strength. Chapter 316, The Giant with Innate Strength. In the training field, Yi Futian was practicing fist forms. There seemed to be a fantastic rhythm in his postures. He acted unrestrainedly, like an emperor. The dragon's roar, ape's growl, and thunder could be heard in his fists, which made him very mighty. His body moved flexibly like a rock flying in the sky. The strong pressure didn't deter his actions. Finishing the exercise, he lifted his long staff again and began to practice with only his physical strength. Horrible explosions were heard again. He didn't need to gather power for the 9 heavenly attacks. He only needed pure physical strength to wield the staff and control the rhythm. Without the gathering of power, every move was exhausting to Yi Futian. He needed stronger power. With the extremely heavy staff in hand, it was very difficult for him to practice, especially in the training field. However, Yi Futian practiced repeatedly. Sometimes, he was forced to stop and there would be a huge explosion in the air. People constantly looked at him. Every blow Yi Futian managed to slash out made him stronger. An invisible power was growing stronger and stronger in a horrible way. While he kept practicing with his staff, some dreadful crackling sounds came from his body. The dragon's roar and thunder became more and more sonorous. His blood seemed to boil crazily in veins. Finally, the sky was shaken by another blow. A stronger momentum appeared above him. His martial arts entered another level, the 8th level Dharma plane. He glanced at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng was looking up at the statues in the midair. A few days ago, Yu Sheng had made a breakthrough. Observing those statues could help strengthen mentality. This was what Yi Futian taught Yu Sheng. This training field was the perfect place for martial cultivators to cultivate. What mountain elder Zhong Su mastered in was martial arts. But Yi Futian could also practice spiritual energy by virtue of those statues here. Yi Futian put down the stone staff. Staring at those statues, he began to meditate, which made those statues clearer to him. Suddenly, those statues seemed to come to life. Their faces loomed, and an extremely might came down to oppress his mentality. Yi Futian looked very calm. He kept staring at those statues, resisting the might with his mentality. Soon, some sweat oozed on his forehead. The mental deterrence was more painful than physical impediment. Yi Futian needed to take a break from time to time. After that, he would practice martial arts again. Finally, after some days, Yi Futian, sitting in the valley, had a breakthrough mentally. Both his martial arts and sorcery entered the 8th level Dharma plane. He was getting closer and closer to the Arcana plane. When he was cultivating in Qingzhou City, the Arcana plane used to be a legend to him. Yi Futian stood up and stepped forward with the staff in his hand. He looked up at the edges of the valley and announced loudly, "Anyone of the lower Arcana plane would like to have a battle? I am waiting here." His voice could be heard throughout the whole training field. Countless eyes fell upon Yi Futian. Was he finally going to accept the challenges? 2 months ago, Yi Futian defeated Xia Hochu. After that, everyone wanted to challenge him. At this time, he was still in the Dharma plane but wanted to challenge cultivators in the lower Arcana plane. Yi Futian was so audacious. The lower Arcana plane included levels from the 1st to the 3rd. In the sky, a man stood proudly and looked at Yi Futian. Walked to above the gorge, attracting everyone's attention with his burly body. His short hair made him look very vigorous. He was Mo Bei, a strong cultivator in the 2nd level Arcana plane. Senior brother Mo. Many people exclaimed. Mo Bei was an excellent disciple of Mount Chong. He swooped to the ground with a shocking oppressive force. Yi Futian looked up at the comber and felt extreme pressure as if it was a mountain coming to him instead of a person. Boom! White light dazzled. Mo Bei's legs trampled down like 2 towering mountains, seeming to crush everything beneath his feet. Yi Futian raised his head. His long staff began to spin. The might grew stronger and stronger. Gradually, a horrible windstorm formed, seemingly because of the spinning staff. The hideous might pervaded the space. Spirit in the natural world all gathered here. Yi Futian clutched the staff and slashed at the descending Mo Bei. For an instant, the long staff spun and soared like a dragon while Mo Bei was like a noble statue, treading and crushing everything. When the two collided, a sonorous explosion sound was heard everywhere. Mountains broke down and stones exploded. Mo Bei's body was thrown up high in the sky, faster than how he had come. He spat out a mouthful blood in the air and then fell down like a parachute. Somebody flew out to carry the badly hurt man. Mo Bei spat out more blood and his face was very pale. This. Frightened, people trembled. They didn't expect Mo Bei, who descended with such extreme oppressive force, would be defeated so miserably. Who else? Yi Futian erected his staff by his side and looked up at those people like a king. The might in the valley remained still, but Yi Futian was not disturbed at all. He had been practicing physical strength in the training field. His physique had become very strong. His long staff weighed several tons. Every blow he slashed out gathered all the power. People could imagine how strong he was. In this bout, Yi Futian in the 8th level Dharma plane defeated Mo Bei, a strong cultivator of the 2nd Arcana plane, so easily. Mo Bei was hit squarely by Yi Futian's staff. How could he bear it? Yi Futian's voice rang throughout the gorge, threatening all the cultivators. They all stared at that handsome figure. The disciples cultivating on the Mount Chong were very indignant. This was their place, but Yi Futian made it his own stage. However, Mo Bei was defeated. Very few people in the lower Arcana plane here could defeat Yi Futian. Right at this time, a straight-backed figure descended. With an explosive sound, the whole training field shook. All the spectators trembled too. They looked down at the valley and saw a large figure standing there like a giant. Looking at the figure, Yi Futian was greatly surprised. He had never seen anyone with a larger body than this man. Yu Sheng was burly enough, but this man was even taller than Yu Sheng. He was covered in muscles and stood there like a mountain. Tu Ling is going to fight. People were all amazed by this scene. They turned to a young spectator who folded his hands behind. The young man was the direct disciple of mountain elder Zhong Su, Zhong Lihan, who was the number one among those disciples on Mount Chong. He was in the noble plane, was very talented. Tu Ling was the disciple of mountain elder Zhong Su too, but he only followed Zhong Lihan's order. Obviously, Tu Ling's appearance was arranged by him. Zhong Lihan stood there with his hands folded behind. He knew how strong Tu Ling was. He had the strongest physical strength on Mount Chong. Yi Futian challenged the status of Mount Chong. Zhong Lihan believed that Tu Ling was going to let others know how powerful the Mount Chong was. Tu Ling's large body made him look like a muscle mountain. He went aside to fetch a very hideous stone hammer, then treaded toward Yi Futian. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He began to run quickly with his large body. Every step he made shook the valley. Yi Futian felt a fierce pressure from the rival. He wielded his staff again and his body spun. A stunning hit was prepared for Tu Ling. Tu Ling pounded Yi Futian's long staff with his stone hammer. The hammer and staff collided. Bang! A sonorous sound was heard everywhere. Yi Futian was forced back. He twirled his staff again, wanting to collect strength, but Tu Ling came up with another pound. With a loud sound, Yi Futian's body was thrown away. The long staff supported him so that he didn't fall down. Third level Arcana plane, you have an inborn strength. Yi Futian looked at Tu Ling. He was a monster like Yu Sheng. Bang, bang. Tu Ling treaded toward him step by step. Yi Futian stood up. Suddenly, a figure rushed toward him. It was Yu Sheng. With a long lance in hand, Yu Sheng descended like a demon and rushed toward Tu Ling. Tu Ling clutched his hammer with both hands and smashed down heavily. Yu Sheng was instantly thrown away by the strong force. Such explosive strength. Yi Futian stared at the rival. Tu Ling stood there like one of those statues in the sky. He had an innate large body and power. Tu Ling was much stronger than Luo Junlin. People above the valley were watching this battle. They were not surprised. If someone in the Arcana plane could defeat Yi Futian, it must be Tu Ling. Mountain elder Zhong Su once said that Tu Ling's strength was stronger than anyone else he had ever seen. However, Tu Ling was not very smart. Bang! Tu Ling stepped toward Yi Futian again. Looking at that large body, Yi Futian yelled, "Hey, big guy." Tu Ling stopped walking, but his face grew fiercer as if he was going to swallow Yi Futian up. Your strength is not bad. What's your name? Tu Ling glared and treaded toward him. His every step shook the ground. Another pound by the hammer came, but Yi Futian escaped. He sprang up into the sky and stared at the big guy. Tu Ling looked up at Yi Futian. His eyes told of his extreme anger. Another attack was sent out. Yi Futian kept evading the attacks. He didn't intend to confront Tu Ling directly. People became curious. It was a very smart choice to not fight directly. There was a huge difference in level between Tu Ling and him. Even if they were in the same plane, Tu Ling's strength was incomparable. What a tough guy. Yi Futian exclaimed, seeing Tu Ling glaring at him. Dodge? Is that all you can do? Tu Ling spoke in his deep voice. In a battle, strength is not everything. I have hundreds of ways to defeat you, but I appreciate your strength, so I don't want to hurt you. Yi Futian had encountered many other talents, but Tu Ling was the first one he had met whose strength could be compared with Yu Sheng's. People were made speechless by his words. Yi Futian was forced to dodge in such an embarrassing way. How dare he say something ridiculous like this? Everyone knew that Qin Yuan was the emperor's favorite son. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu were also stunned by the news. The Qin dynasty had sent a secret ambassador here. And Qin Yuan was going to live here? How treacherous Emperor Qin was. Father, you agreed? Lu Feiyang asked. I neither agreed nor rejected them, Emperor Lu answered. Father, even if Qinyu doesn't have to go to the Qin dynasty, but you know the Qin dynasty. Everyone knows their wild ambition. If the Qin dynasty manages to dominate the whole eastern barren territory, our kingdom will only be a nation in name. Even though the Qin dynasty is going to be the dominator, they still need someone to govern places, Emperor Lu said. The Qin dynasty promised that no matter what, the Lu kingdom won't be replaced. It doesn't matter whether Qin Yuan is going to live here or not. The Lu kingdom and the Qin dynasty are allies. No need to worry. Father, do you believe that? Lu Feiyang asked. Is there any difference? Emperor Lu opened his eyes and looked at his children. Do you know why the Qin dynasty suddenly established the Dongqin College and revealed its ambition? Lu Feiyang shook his head. I heard that the Qin dynasty has found and opened the grave of the Qin dynasty's ancestors. You should know that the ancestors of the Qin dynasty used to be the dominator of the Eastern Barren Territory. As a ruler of a kingdom, Emperor Lu needed to consider what would happen if he agreed to this marriage and what the aftermath would be if he said no. The Qin dynasty had sent a secret ambassador before announcing to the public. They respected him enough to let him choose between friend or foe. Lu Feiyang looked uncomfortable. He asked, Father, are you willing to be subordinate to the Qin dynasty? All the top forces know the Qin dynasty's true purpose. Why still choose to cooperate? He couldn't understand all of this. Feiyang, the world will be united after a long time of division and divided after a long time of solidarity. This is the inevitable rule. Once the balance breaks, the Eastern Barren Territory will definitely be united by a power that could override any other forces. Emperor Lu sighed. Sometimes, one could only conform to the trend. But there are the cottage and the college. Lu Feiyang didn't give up. You are too naive. Emperor Lu looked at his son and continued, do you know the cottage? Do you know what they want? Lu Feiyang looked at his father without response. He did not know the cottage very well. He only knew that it was a miraculous place. The Sword Saint, the first disciple of the cottage, is famous enough for he is the founder of the Sword Saint Mountain, Emperor Lu said. Now, third disciple Gu Donglu is also known to all because of that battle. In Chaoga City, everyone witnessed the second disciple's ability. Let me ask you a question. If the second and third disciples of the cottage go out, will there be two more Sword Saint Mountains? Lu Feiyang was stunned. He suddenly found that his father saw a much bigger picture than he did. Moreover, the cottage has a fourth and fifth disciple as well as your good friend Yi Futian. You all know his talent now. When those people improve, no one in the whole Eastern Territory will be able to stop the cottage. Lu Feiyang was speechless. His father was telling the truth. But the cottage doesn't want to dominate anything. Lu Feiyang wasn't convinced yet. Indeed, the cottage doesn't want to be the dominator. But they want to build a different Eastern Barren Territory, Emperor Lu murmured, looking up at the sky. Mr. Du of the cottage is a strange man. Chapter 318, Lowly Man. Chapter 318, Lowly Man. Mr. Du of the cottage was naturally a legendary man. Even if he really couldn't cultivate, as rumored, he was still a legendary man if he could build a place like the cottage. In the Eastern Barren territory, there were many rumors about him, but only very, very few truly knew him. His location was always mysterious. It was rumored that the disciples of the cottage often couldn't find him, let alone people of the other forces. As for what he wanted to do, Lu Feiyang didn't know. His father claimed that Mr. Du wanted to create a different Eastern Barren territory. This confused him more. The Qin dynasty is planning for the world and targeting the college and cottage, Emperor Lu said. Only they are the matches of the Qin dynasty. The Eastern Barren territory has come to a turn. Under this situation, the only thing we can do is choose an option. As the ruler of the Lu kingdom, these words may seem to underestimate him. However, he understood that the top forces all knew the region was about to change. They knew since the Dongqin College was established. Otherwise, the Donghua clan, Moon clan, Royal Xian Temple, Futian Sword clan, and other forces wouldn't go cultivate in the Dongqin College. The Qin dynasty had just given them a reason to choose it. Now, the Qin dynasty was giving the Lu kingdom a reason to choose them. If we must choose, I would rather choose the cottage. Lu Qinyu, who had stayed silent, looked to her father. Her pretty eyes were resolute. The Qin dynasty's proposal was a catastrophe for her. Emperor Lu gazed at his daughter. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu had always been the two children he loved. He didn't want to hurt Lu Qinyu, but she didn't seem to understand him. There was a clear difference between the Qin dynasty and cottage. The Qin dynasty created the Dongqin College, targeted Futian, married the Moon clan, used the conflict between the cottage and Royal Xian Temple to get close to the latter, and used the rivalry between the Sword Saint and the Futian Sword clan to ally with the latter. Now, it was proposing to the Lu kingdom. They would use any tactic to achieve their goal, that was the Qin dynasty. The cottage was just and moral. If they chose the Qin dynasty, the cottage wouldn't do anything to them unless provoked. But would the Qin dynasty just give up if they chose the cottage? Furthermore, the cottage didn't even think of allying with other forces. He didn't know what the consequences for rejecting the Qin dynasty would be. Qinyu, do you have feelings for someone else? Emperor Lu asked. Lu Qinyu looked up, her dark eyes gazing at her father. After a pause, a figure appeared in her mind. Did she like him? She couldn't help but think of many memories. They first met in the ancient barren world. Futian had forced them to be together. It had been like that every time after that, and she gradually got used to it, like it was the norm. She thought of the Kangyi kingdom. The two had strolled by the river, the sky filled with fireworks. That scene had been too beautiful. If she married into the Qin dynasty, married their youngest prince, Qin Yuan. Thinking of this, she suddenly smiled. She understood her heart. The figure that had somehow been planted into her mind was the one she liked. Yes. Lu Qinyu nodded. Futian of the cottage? Emperor Lu asked. I heard that his girlfriend is Hua Jieyu from the Moon clan. Clearly, Emperor Lu had mistaken Lu Qinyu's lover for Futian. After all, he'd heard that Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu often hung out with Futian. He was also so extraordinary. Compared to him, Wuchen was more subtle. This was why Emperor Lu would misunderstand. No. Lu Qinyu shook her head. No. Emperor Lu was surprised. Who is it? Lu Qinyu lowered her head and didn't reply. She could sense from her father's words that the Lu kingdom bore great pressure for this proposal. If the cottage wanted to fight, they might be able to fight against the Qin dynasty. But Wuchen wasn't a disciple of the cottage. He cultivated in the Futian Sword clan but couldn't even represent them. He was only a swordsman of the 7th summit. How would her father choose now? Seeing Lu Qinyu's expression, Emperor Lu sighed inwardly. In that case, I will send out invitations for all young brides to come to our kingdom. They will be here for the Qin dynasty's marriage proposal. Lu Qinyu froze. She vaguely understood her father's intentions. The Lu kingdom quickly sent invitations to all top forces, inviting their strong cultivators to come visit. Many people didn't understand. Was he planning on accepting or refusing? But no matter what, they were willing to witness the Qin dynasty's proposal. This event would cause a stir. Once the marriage was successful, the Qin dynasty's force would be even more terrible, taking up half of the eastern barren territory. At the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan, Yi Wuqian was anxious. He couldn't calm his mind and his cultivation was affected. He knew about the Qin dynasty's proposal. Every top force was talking about it. He would know about even if he didn't want to. Some people from the 1st summit purposely leaked the information to the 7th summit. They'd personally seen that Lu Qinyu and Yi Wuqian was close. Li Daoyun, who had liked Lu Qinyu, had also died in Yi Wuqian's hands. Many of the 1st summit guessed that this was one of the reasons why Yi Wuqian killed Li Daoyun. At this moment, Yi Wuqian stood alone on the summit, gazing at the sea of clouds. Footsteps sounded behind him. Swordsman, the Comer said. The Lu kingdom has sent invitations for everyone to visit the Lu kingdom. Yi Wuqian turned to look. It was the man he'd ordered to pay attention to the Lu kingdom's news. Other than that, the Lu kingdom also sent a letter. The man walked over to hand the letter to Yi Wuqian. It was marked to be only for the eyes of Yi Wuqian of the Futian sword clan's 7th summit. The handwriting was elegant, as if written by a girl. Yi Wuqian ripped it open and took out the piece of paper inside. The writing on the white paper was the same elegant font. Can you come? They were 3 very simple words. After seeing it, Yi Wuqian folded the letter and put it away. He gazed at the sea of clouds, a smile in his eyes. These 3 words expressed her feelings. He understood. Since he understood, he would go. In the cottage, Yi Futian also received the message from the Lu kingdom and thought that Wuqian would probably go. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng rode the Black Wind Eagle down the mountain. Second senior sister had Lulan Shui follow. They first went to the Guqin Gardens and then brought Silver One towards the Lu kingdom. The kingdom was in the east of the Eastern Barren Territory. There were 2 top forces here, the Lu kingdom and the Futian sword clan. The vast kingdom controlled boundless land and its control of their territory was stronger than all except the Qin dynasty. However, what decided a top force's strength wasn't their control of the territory. Instead, it was the strength of those at the tip of the pyramid. Why could the 8 disciples of the cottage shake the entire Eastern Barren Territory? It was because they had a few extremely powerful disciples. The imperial city of the Lu kingdom instantly grew lively. Strong cultivators of the top forces all arrived. Those from all over the Lu kingdom also gathered in the imperial city to witness the Qin dynasty's proposal. Yi Futian's group didn't head to the palace immediately after arriving. Instead, they went to a restaurant for a meal. All sorts of people frequented restaurants and were great places to get news. Right now, the restaurant they were in had many people discussing the proposal. I heard that Qin Yuan of the Qin dynasty came early yesterday. Is it true? Of course. Not only is he here, but Princess Qin Menrua, Qian Shanmu of the Donghua clan, Qin Li, and many others also came as well. After Qin Yuan arrived yesterday, he visited 8 lords in the palace in one day. He's very mannered. It seems that the Qin dynasty has put much consideration into this. There is news today that Lord Kong is very satisfied with Qin Yuan, even praising him that he's like a dragon. He clearly approves of the wedding. Qin Yuan is the son of Emperor Qin and his beloved concubine Nan. Concubine Nan is a famous beauty of the Qin dynasty. Apparently, Qin Yuan inherited the good points of his parents. He's extremely handsome and extraordinary in every aspect. If the Qin dynasty is genuine, Princess Qinyu will not be disappointed. While everyone discussed, many people gazed unconsciously at Yi Futian, Lulan Shui, and the others. There was no reason other than that Yi Futian was a pretty boy and Lulan Shui, with her silver hair and eyes, was an icy beauty. They were both rare species. Yi Futian made a face. What were they looking at him for? Maybe you are the Prince of Qin, someone asked jokingly. Do you think I look like him? Yi Futian asked in reply. No. If you were the prince, I would see the others as well. Even though you have a nice temperament, something seems to be lacking. Indeed, he is lacking a royal aura, someone joked. I'm just kidding. Please do not feel offended. You two can't be compared. He thought that Yi Futian wouldn't feel offended to be compared to Qin Yuan. Indeed, they cannot be compared. Qin isn't qualified, a cold voice said. It was Yu Sheng. As soon as he spoke, the entire restaurant quieted down, everyone looking at him. Qin isn't qualified? This guy really dared to speak his mind. Since he had the courage, he must be powerful. Could this group be from another top force? But even a top force couldn't dare to say Qin Yuan wasn't qualified to be compared to them, right? Yi Futian shot a look at Yu Sheng. With his temper, they couldn't stay in the restaurant anymore. Let's go. Yi Futian rose and turned to leave. Who are you? You sound too confident, a voice called. Yi Futian stopped at the door. I feel quite insulted to be compared to those lowly people from the Qin dynasty. Chapter 319, All Here. Chapter 319, All Here. Countless gazes fell on Yi Futian's back. Even if he was from a top force, he was being too disrespectful by calling the Qin dynasty lowly, in public, right? Thinking of what had happened at Chaoga City, they were close to figuring out this youth's identity. In the Eastern Barren territory, only disciples from one place could be so arrogant and think that the Qin dynasty didn't qualify to be compared to them. It was the cottage, of course. And other than Yi Futian, which other young disciple came down from the mountain? I didn't think I would be able to meet the 8th disciple of the cottage while drinking here today, someone said, putting their hands up to greet him. The cottage and Qin dynasty has always been at odds. Mr. Yi is exaggerating a bit by calling all of the Qin dynasty as lowly, someone else said. When Qin Yuan entered the imperial city, he was extremely mannered and visited the lords. Many lords had great impressions of him and praised him. How can he be lowly? His voice was calm. Since he knew who Yi Futian was, he wouldn't be too impolite. He just wanted to hear Yi Futian explain his comment on the Qin dynasty. Did he like Princess Lu Qinyu too? Qin Mengrua of the Qin dynasty has married below her rank to the Donghua clan, Yi Futian said indifferently. Qin Li, the grandson of the emperor, is also pursuing Chu Yaoyao. Now, Qin Yuan is proposing to the Lu kingdom. Do they want to have marriage alliances with all of the Eastern Barren territory? Qin Yuan does not know Lu Qinyu at all but made such a commotion. Has anyone thought of how Lu Qinyu will feel? Entering the imperial city and visiting the lords. Is he preparing for when he comes to live in the Lu kingdom? Yi Futian's voice turned cold. If these actions aren't lowly, then how would you describe them? With that, he began walking out of the restaurant. Clearly, he was upset with this marriage. He would do his best to destroy it. The people who heard him were shocked. Everyone knew how powerful the Qin dynasty was. Thus, the people of the Lu kingdom were happy to see the alliance between the two parties. However, they also knew a bit about the Qin dynasty's ambition. Hearing Yi Futian's words, other ideas appeared in their minds. Indeed, the Qin dynasty was being too active recently, allying with each force. It was clear what they were planning. Of course, they were more shocked by the last sentence. Entering the imperial city and visiting the lords. Is he preparing for when he comes to live in the Lu kingdom? This phrase was accusatory. Who of the lords Qin Yuan visited would dare to support him now? Were they thinking of betraying? The cottage disciples were indeed extraordinarily talented. Their words were sharp as well. What happened at the restaurant quickly spread throughout the palace. Many people were shocked that Yi Futian had arrived in the imperial city and publicly disapproved of the marriage. They didn't know if this was the cottage's attitude or Yi Futian's own. Yi Futian had publicly called the Qin dynasty lowly. He'd offended them and the people wondered how the Qin dynasty would react. Something else was strange. Lord Kong had praised Qin Yuan to be like a dragon. He clearly supported the marriage. But with Yi Futian's words, he felt ashamed now. The other lords didn't dare speak up for Qin Yuan anymore. However, this didn't seem to affect Qin Yuan. News quickly spread that he continued to visit the lords. Someone asked him why. Qin Yuan claimed that the descendants of the Qin dynasty were mannered and cultured. When asked about his thoughts on Yi Futian's words, he said that he wouldn't speak about someone behind their back. Many complimented Qin Yuan's reply for being classy. Others thought that he was virtually fighting with Yi Futian. Yi Futian suspected Qin Yuan's actions while he just said he was visiting the lords out of politeness. Yi Futian called the Qin dynasty lowly while Qin Yuan said he wouldn't speak behind Yi Futian's back. Many in the Lu kingdom praised his perfect response. Lord Kong stepped out again, claiming that he'd met Qin Yuan, won over by his classiness. He thought highly of the junior but nothing else. As for the comments of lowly people, he didn't care. Yi Futian seemed to have lost in this virtual fight. Of course, some also turned up their noses at Qin Yuan's response. When Yi Futian had only been famous in the ancient barren world, Qin Li had publicly commented on him. The Dongqin College hadn't been established at that time, Yi Futian and the Qin dynasty hadn't had any conflicts either. Now that Qin Yuan was claiming that he wouldn't speak about others behind their backs to show the classiness of the Qin dynasty, it was a bit not genuine. This made people suspect that Yi Futian would also pursue Lu Qinyu. But Yi Futian had a girlfriend who was rumored to be cultivating at the Moon clan. If he pursued Lu Qinyu now, would Emperor Lu agree? Yi Futian ignored all the talk about him. He'd experienced the fakeness of the Qin dynasty long ago. After learning that a disciple from the royal Xian temple entered the Dongqin College to cultivate, he began suspecting that the Qin dynasty had taken part in the assassination at Chaoga City. Second's senior sister had arrived and destroyed the gate of the Dongqin College. Why would the Qin dynasty swallow everything and cooperate with the cottage to find the culprit? Were they truly so weak? Looking at the entire plan, it seemed that the Qin dynasty was ruling over the entire world already. Qin Yuan had displayed a great demeanor but he'd also learned the pretense of the Qin dynasty. Of course, Yi Futian didn't reply indirectly again. There was no need. He'd already expressed his attitude. Lu Feiyang came to the inn Yi Futian was staying at. How are things? Yi Futian asked after seeing Lu Feiyang. Furrowing his brows, Lu Feiyang shook his head. He wasn't clear either. What is Emperor Lu's attitude? Yi Futian asked. The one who could truly decide this was still Lu Feiyang's father. Before Qin Yuan came, the Qin dynasty already sent a secret ambassador to see my father, Lu Feiyang said. He said that Qin Yuan would marry into the Lu kingdom. No matter what happens in the future, the Lu kingdom's status won't change. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. It turned out that the Qin dynasty had already planned everything. This proposal carries a lot of weight, Lu Feiyang said. Naturally, Yi Futian knew that since Lu Feiyang was here, he really placed great importance on friendships and disapproved of this. He wasn't thinking from the perspective of the Lu kingdom's interest. They were friends, but it would be understandable if Lu Feiyang, as a prince of the Lu kingdom, cut off all ties with him. What level is the Lu kingdom's power? Yi Futian asked. It wasn't really his place to ask, but he did so anyway. Lu Feiyang understood him, of course. According to my father, the Qin dynasty might have found and activated their ancestors' tombs. My father estimates that there is a great difference in power. Of all the top forces, only the three in the center were the strongest, the Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and the college. The others were all a bit weaker. If the Qin dynasty reactivated the ancestors' tombs, it would be terrifying. Yi Futian's brows knitted. One's power determined one's confidence. If the Lu kingdom didn't fear the Qin dynasty's power, they could do as they wished. Qinyu revealed to me that she has feelings for Wuchen. This would have been great news in the past, but now. Lu Feiyang said. If Wuchen had your status, he could fight for her, but he's only a swordsman from the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan. Disciples from the 1st summit have gone to cultivate at the Dongqin College. It's highly possible that they will become allies. Under this situation, it is difficult for Wuchen to compete with Qin Yuan. I'm a bit worried. He didn't feel good about this. He didn't expect the Qin dynasty would propose so suddenly. Ever since Qin Yu was given the title of crown prince, the Qin dynasty started taking huge strides forward. They were becoming more and more powerful. The Lu kingdom was under great pressure and he feared his father would choose to sacrifice Lu Qinyu. I hope His Majesty won't agree, Yi Futian murmured. This was the Lu kingdom's matters. He couldn't interfere and could only try his best. In the beginning, he'd jokingly pushed Lu Qinyu and Yi Wuchen together. If they really had mutual feelings, he couldn't just sit and watch Lu Qinyu marry Qin Yuan. People from the various top forces gradually arrived at the imperial city. The Qin dynasty had visited all the important figures and expressed their attitude. Finally, the day of the marriage proposal was here. Today, guards stood in order outside a place inside the palace. A group came from afar on the golden road outside the palace. The person at the front wore a golden robe. His long hair was tied up. He had handsome features and a pair of bright eyes. He had a slight smile and looked really mesmerizing. Indeed, he could be a flower boy. This was Qin Yuan, youngest son of Emperor Qin. Today, he was the star. Beside him were Qin Mengrua, Qian Shanmo, Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao, and the others. They were all extraordinary while the girls were even more beautiful. Two of the three beauties appeared together. This group also signified something else. Qian Shanmo and Chu Yaoyao were respectively from the Donghua clan and Moon clan. Appearing with Qin Yuan, this added more to the proposal. Qian Shanmu was obvious. The Donghua clan had already announced to ally with the Qin dynasty. But was Chu Yaoyao here as Qin Li's girlfriend or the virgin of the Moon clan? Another group flew over quickly and landed outside the palace. In the distance, a group of swordsmen came in the air with whistling sword aura. They also landed near the palace. In the distant crowd, many people walked towards the palace. They were all from the top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory and had all arrived. Emperor Lu had invited people from all over for the proposal. They naturally wouldn't miss this event. This could very possibly show the direction of the Eastern Barren Territory's future. Chapter 320, The Proposal. Chapter 320, The Proposal. Yi Futian had arrived. A line of swordsmen descended beside him. It was Yi Wuchen's group. You are here. Yi Futian smiled at Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen nodded slightly with a comparatively serious look. He looked at the palace behind, having no idea about how his story would end. What if he couldn't make it? The strong cultivators of the Qin dynasty in front of them stopped and turned to Yi Futian's group, seeming to wait for them. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen's eyes fell upon one among this group. It was a very handsome guy they had never met before. He must be the groom in this proposal, Qin Yuan, the youngest son of Emperor Qin. Qin Yuan was as young as little Princess Qin Mengrua and Qin Li, the grandson of Emperor Qin. While observing Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen, Qin Yuan smiled at Yi Futian and said, "Nice to meet you. I am Qin Yuan. I heard your name a lot, Yi Futian." "Really?" Yi Futian smiled too and said, "But I don't know you." A few days ago, the two had had a fierce conversation in the air. Now Qin Yuan could still smile and greet Yi Futian in a typical Qin dynasty style. He was really hypocritical. In all of Eastern Barren territory, the Qin dynasty was the one that wanted to eliminate the cottage the most. "Never mind, we know each other now. We can communicate more." Qin Yuan still smiled. "I am not interested in that." Yi Futian moved forward. Seeing Yi Futian's group walking away, Qin Yuan smiled. Was that the cottage style? Qin Li's eyes flickered. It would not be so easy for Yi Futian to stop this marriage. "Let's go." The people of the Qin dynasty moved forward too. The guards guarding the palace gate backed aside, letting them in. All forces were guided forward in the mighty palace. Coming to the golden stairs before the imperial palace, they walked up step by step and saw a golden dragon-shaped path leading to the throne. Many people were waiting there. They were all the Lu Kingdom's important men. It was the Qin dynasty's proposal day. The Lu Kingdom invited all forces to be the guests. The Lu Kingdom's nobilities would naturally attend. There was a slope in the front decorated with a painting of a dancing golden dragon in the center. Besides the slope were stairs leading to the golden throne above. Obviously, this was where Emperor Lu was going to sit later. He was not here at this time. Lu Kingdom's nobilities all looked at the coming guests. Except for those guards, most were famous among the young generation. They discussed with smiles. "It is good to see so many young talents of the Eastern Barren territory," a magnate said and smiled. "Those young talents here must be the future of the Eastern Barren territory." They chatted casually while observing. The most eye-catching people should be Qin Yuan's group. They were very outstanding, including Qin Yuan, Qin Li, Qin Menrua, Qian Shanmu, as well as Chu Yaoyao. Everyone in this group could be seen as a top talent among the young generation. Some people were looking at Yi Futian's group, guessing which force they came from. Soon, they roughly knew the answer by judging their appearances and auras. Some eyes fell upon Yi Futian. They knew who he was. Beside this handsome and decorous youth was another bulky man. Obviously, it could only be Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The one-armed swordsman by his side should be Yi Wuchen from the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan. The woman with silver hair and eyes must be the one from ancient Lulan who was sent to the cottage. Ancient Lulan showed their ambition in occupying a place in the Eastern Barren territory too. Yi Futian was their bet in this gamble. At this moment, Qin Yuan came up to bow toward those nobilities in a very humble manner. Many of the noble elders all responded with smiles and praised the humbleness of the Qin dynasty's prince. "Your Majesty, I am Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan." People constantly bowed and introduced themselves. Yi Futian did too. He noticed that when bowed, Chu Yaoyao introduced herself directly without mentioning the Moon clan. "You are all guests from afar." "Thank you for coming," Emperor Lu said with a smile, looking at the people. Qin Yuan took a step forward and bowed again with a smile. He raised his head and showed his handsome face to Emperor Lu. Before Qin Yuan could say anything, a figure stepped forward, stopped before him, and said to Emperor Lu, "Your Majesty, I am Yi Wuchen from the 7th summit of the Futian sword clan. I've always had a strong admiration for Lu Chenyu, the princess. Today, I come to the Lu Kingdom to ask for your permission for our marriage." Qin Yuan was supposed to say the same thing but he had to keep silent now. He raised his head and looked at Yi Wuchen before him. How could Yi Wuchen make the first proposal? People fell silent. Lu Chenyu stared at that one-armed figure in white standing straight proudly below the stairs. His tone was so determined. Her eyes turned a little red and she smiled lightly. Her feelings were obvious to all. He came in such a direct way. She saw his backbone. How many people in the Eastern Barren Territory dared to contend with the Qin dynasty? She knew what kind of pressure Yi Wuqian was facing. Emperor Lu was looking at Yi Wuqian too. He glanced at Lu Qinyu and immediately figured out that it was him. Yi Wuqian was wearing all white. One of his sleeves hung down loosely, clearly, he had only one arm. But when he made the proposal, his eyes were determined and his body stood straight, proud as a sword. His arm had been chopped off by Li Daoyun, but Li Daoyun had been killed by his sword. The emperor appreciated Yi Wuqian's spirit a lot. If it was in the past, he would have agreed to his proposal, but Yi Wuqian's rival was Qin Yuan, the Qin dynasty. Yi Wuqian, is this deliberate? Qin Li suddenly questioned. The silence was disturbed. He said coldly, "We announced today's proposal many days ago. And now, what are you doing?" "What do you mean?" Qin Yuan bowed toward the emperor too and said, "Your Majesty, I am Qin Yuan. I have admired Princess Qinyu for a long time. Today, I come to ask your permission for our marriage." "What lies?" Yi Futian said coldly. "How many times have you met Qinyu? How many conversations have you had with her? Admired her for a long time? How?" "Yi Wuqian and I knew Qinyu long ago. We were always together when we were in Chaoga City. Don't tell me that the Qin dynasty knows nothing about the affection between Yi Wuqian and Lu Qinyu. Naturally, we come to propose. Who's the one making trouble now?" Yi Futian continued, "I heard that the Qin dynasty's little prince, Qin Yuan, is very noble. A noble gentleman will not do such a lowly thing like robbing others' love. Am I right?" It was not appropriate for Yi Wuqian to say this, so Yi Futian would say it for him. Chapter 321, Turtle Mountain. Chapter 321, Turtle Mountain. Since Qin Yuan called himself a mannered person and wanted to be an honorable man, Yi Futian would make it easy for him. Qin Yuan didn't look back. He stood calmly with Yi Wuqian. Only Emperor Lu could make the decision about this marriage proposal. He didn't seem to want to agree to the Qin dynasty's proposal so easily though, which was why he invited everyone here. Yi Futian wanted to see what Emperor Lu was planning. "Yi Futian, your words are a bit illogical," Qin Li retorted. "As the saying goes, beautiful girls are loved by honorable men. My uncle has clearly seen Princess Qinyu before. There is nothing strange about liking her. Though he is honorable, there is no reason why he should give his beloved to someone else. Your words are too bizarre. Furthermore, my uncle is here to propose a marriage. The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and other forces all wish to see this. As for Yi Wuqian of the Futian Sword clan coming to propose, is this his own idea or the clan's? The Futian Sword clan has never thought of this, Chi Ao of the Futian Sword clan's first summit said. Yi Futian looked over coldly. So the clan was on the Qin dynasty's side? Chi Ao's expression was indifferent. The Futian Sword clan hated the Sword Saint and thus resented the cottage. He'd warned Yi Wuqian many times to stay away from Yi Futian, but Yi Wuqian always ignored him. In this case, the Futian Sword clan wouldn't stand with a traitor like Yi Wuqian. In that case, Qin Li said coolly, Yi Wuqian is just here on his own accord. Doesn't this insult Princess Qinyu? The strong cultivators from the 7th summit who'd come with Yi Wuqian gazed at Qin Li. Was he saying that Yi Wuqian wasn't qualified to propose? Insulting Yi Wuqian was the same as insulting the 7th summit. The strong cultivators behind Qin Li stared back. Faint pressure emanated from both sides. Emperor Lu hadn't said anything. He just watched this scene quietly. He'd invited everyone here so he wanted to see what the current situation was like. He could learn some things from these people's reactions. A group of losers has the courage to brag here? Yu Sheng's large eyes stared at Qin Li. extremely pissed. After Yi Wuchen lost his arm to save them, Yu Xing began viewing Yi Wuchen as his brother. Now, Qin Li was insulting Yi Wuchen's status. Despicable. The people of the Qin dynasty looked uncomfortable. Yu Sheng was clearly talking about the battle at Chaoga. The cottage never lost against the Qin dynasty or Donghua clan. Everyone, no need to argue. Emperor Lu now waved his hand. Gazing at Qin Yuan and Yi Wuchen, he said, "You are both at the top of the Eastern Baron territory's younger generation. I am a bit flustered that both of you think so highly of Qinyu." Smiling, he looked to the lords and officials. "What do you all think?" He didn't ask for Lu Qinyu's opinion because he already knew. The people's gazes flashed. They were very quiet and no one wanted to speak first. It was easy to anger people by taking sides now. Qin Yuan bowed again. "My father told me that if Emperor Lu agrees to this marriage, it would be too much for Princess Qinyu to move so far away. He ordered for me to remain in the Lu kingdom and serve Emperor Lu with Princess Qinyu." Everyone's eyes flashed. Qin Yuan said that he was willing to move to the Lu kingdom. With his status, he didn't have to do so, but he still did. This was the sincerity of the Qin dynasty, as well as the Lu kingdom's pressure. Since the Qin dynasty was this willing, would the Lu kingdom still reject them? "Your Majesty," a robed man with an extraordinary temperament said from the group of lords and officials. "Since the Qin dynasty is so sincere and Prince Qin is extraordinary, I think your Majesty should consider it." The speaker was Lord Kong of the Lu kingdom. "Lord Kong is right. I agree." Now that someone started, the others all spoke too, approving of Qin Yuan and Lu Qinyu's marriage. As for Yi Wuchen, he stood there alone. No one was willing to speak for him. The sole reason was because Yi Wuchen hadn't visited them before. They didn't know him. Yi Wuchen was also only a disciple of the Seventh Summit. He couldn't represent the Futian sword clan, so it was okay to offend him. On the other hand, if the emperor really chose Yi Wuchen instead of Qin Yuan, the Qin dynasty would be furious. The Lu kingdom would be the victim. They would be involved and wouldn't be able to escape. They had to think for themselves. As for Lu Qinyu, no one cared what she wanted. Only the emperor's statement was needed. These bastards. Lu Feiyang gazed coldly at the lords and officials. Did the Qin dynasty bribe them or were they afraid of the Qin dynasty? Emperor Lu also looked at them. His serious eyes also seemed to be smiling. No one knew what he was thinking. "It seems that everyone thinks more highly of Prince Qin," he said with a smile. "He is very talented and I appreciate him. However, this concerns Qinyu's future. I must think carefully. I'll need some time. I am willing to wait." Qin Yuan smiled and bowed. Yi Wuchen glanced at Lu Qinyu. Everything was going against him. He felt an invisible pressure. "I invited everyone to visit the Lu kingdom. I will arrange a pavilion for everyone to stay in. The imperial city contains many relics. Everyone can enjoy themselves as they wish," Emperor Lu said. "Has anyone heard of Turtle Mountain of the Lu kingdom?" Everyone's eyes flashed. People from every force had obviously heard of Turtle Mountain's legend before. According to legend, Turtle Mountain existed for longer than the Lu kingdom. The imperial city was established here because of this mountain too. It was created by spirit stones. Apparently, there were countless matrices around the entire mountain. Of course, this wasn't why it was called Turtle Mountain. It was because there was a turtle hermit there. This turtle had lived for countless years. A rumor in the Eastern Baron territory said that this turtle was why the Lu kingdom could be established. Before each emperor came into power, he had to climb to the peak and be blessed by the turtle hermit. This old turtle had mysterious talents and was a fortune teller. Of course, this might be exaggerated, but the turtle hermit definitely had abilities like an astrologer. It was the Lu kingdom's totem. People didn't understand why Emperor Lu suddenly mentioned Turtle Mountain. I have heard the legend of Turtle Mountain many times and have always wanted to go, Qin Yuan said. Now that I have the chance, I must visit it. The Turtle Hermit Inn on the mountain, Emperor Lu said, chuckling. I will order the mountain to be opened. Anyone who wishes to visit may do so freely. If anyone can receive the Turtle Hermit's blessing, he will have no problem in becoming the princess' husband. After speaking, Emperor Lu stood up and left, glancing at Qin Yuan and Yi Wuqian. The lords and officials' eyes flashed. Did the emperor want Qin Yuan and Yi Wuqian to meet the Turtle Hermit? Only the emperors had the right to go up the mountain. Even if he really did open it up, would Qin Yuan and Yi Wuqian be able to meet the legendary Turtle Hermit? Even the lords and officials had never seen it before. Qin Yuan had an odd expression. He didn't expect Emperor Lu to do this and make him compete with Yi Wuqian in Turtle Mountain. However, they both came to propose at the same time. Emperor Lu was very polite too. Finally handing them over to Turtle Mountain seemed okay too. He was a true fox. Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu let out a breath. Thankfully, their father didn't agree to Qin Yuan just yet. They still weren't optimistic though. They both knew what Turtle Mountain was like. What would he do if both Yi Wuqian and Qin Yuan couldn't see the Turtle Hermit? Lu Qinyu gazed at Yi Wuqian. They exchanged glances and seemed to understand what the other was thinking. Lu Qinyu turned around. Lu Feiyang walked to Yi Wuqian and Yi Futian's side. He didn't care about the Qin dynasty. Take me to Turtle Mountain, Yi Wuqian said to Lu Feiyang. All right. Lu Feiyang nodded. The group then left the palace. Qin Yuan had planned on talking to the lords and officials. Seeing this, he bid farewell casually and left too. The other strong cultivators also left. They weren't interested in marrying the princess but wanted to see Turtle Mountain too. Countless people were waiting for news outside the palace. When they saw all the strong cultivators leave, they were confused. Did the emperor approve of Qin Yuan? Soon, the palace sent out the definite news that Qin Yuan wasn't the only one proposing today. Yi Wuqian of the Futian Sword clan had also proposed. Many people realized that Yi Wuqian was the one Lu Qinyu liked. No wonder they were always with Yi Futian. However, the first summit of the Futian Sword clan was on Qin Yuan's side. As a swordsman of the 7th summit, how would Yi Wuqian compete with Qin Yuan? News about Turtle Mountain also spread. The Lu Kingdom would soon open up the mountain. Many strong cultivators would head towards it. Turtle Mountain had always been a place that only the emperor could step foot in. It was mysterious. Many people from the kingdom were curious about it. The emperor also said that anyone who was blessed by the Turtle Hermit could marry the princess. Thus, countless strong cultivators gathered near Turtle Mountain, many miles from the palace. As a sacred land of the Lu Kingdom, there were many pavilions at the foot of the mountain, surrounding it. This was where the royalty performed rituals. There were also soldiers guarding the mountain, surrounding it all. In addition, there were high towers in all directions so no one could approach from the sky. But now, the doors of the surrounding pavilions opened. Countless strong cultivators poured through and came to the foot of the mysterious Turtle Mountain. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.